this human-centered AI even as we go forward. Yeah.
Very good, very good.
But it's the mindset shift as well that getting the data, everything set up. It's not easy.
Okay. Good. So you mean like you started to implement a framework, or you just started discussing in the work? How exactly was that?
We are just kicking off. So basically, started talking and saying that maybe it's important for us to be able to respond fast, and to be able to respond to something, we have to have something to respond to. So
Right.
we should sort, label our data and see how we can get feedback, and
Right.
we
Very good.
that's just discussion, but starting point.
I understand. Good. So that you're aware, I started recording. So from now on, we will be recording the session. I'm gonna share with you the link of the board. I created a new one, so you can feel free to join. Let me check if this time everything. Yeah, you can edit. That's great. Okay, so let's start with this. Good. Okay, so I would say officially, just let me see. Some things here today are a little bit strange.
No worries.
Okay. Perfect. So now you can see my screen. Good. So now officially I want to welcome you for this workshop. As you know, it's a kind of a sprint. I have called it Designing Human-Centered AI Products, and we will continue to use Google People and AI Guideline. So it's really great to have you here. It's really like it's a unique thing because you are the same group that was working on this the last time, so it's really going to be more straightforward. But nevertheless, I inserted some information that we shared the last time so that we can, refresh our minds into what we are doing. So you already know some words about me, just a refresher. So I'm a digital product designer. I'm based in Zurich, and I have been working as a researcher and a freelance UX designer over the last 9 years. And now I inserted this screen, this section here, because I thought we would be a different team. And also because this is going to be a different board. So I would give it like 2 to 3 minutes so that you feel free to add your name and your organization, your location, and your LinkedIn, just to have it as a reference for, so that it remains on this board. So let's do this for some 3 minutes and then we continue. All right. So I see that all of you have finalized that part, so we can move on. Um, Good. Just let me see something. Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I was not sure. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, we
Good.
can hear you very well. This
Good.
part is so
Okay,
straightforward.
very good. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so just as a refresher of our challenge, we are designing a smart supermarket experience for novice and expert users, focusing on building trust in product recommendations. So this is, as we were discussing last time, an IoT-powered application that helps customers find products of their preference, find also discounts in the supermarket, and then the store collects data on what they're shopping, where they're looking at, where they go, where they, how long they look at things, so that they can better address or better recommend products to users. So the idea is that this concept incorporates principles of transparency, explainability, feedback, and performance. And the idea for this kind of for this example is that this would be a kind of roadmap for a team to implement within a year time. So I don't know if you remember the video. Do you feel like we need to watch it again, or do you feel okay with it?
I recall the video.
Okay.
How
Okay,
about you
perfect.
guys? Do you want to rewatch the refresh up with the video?
No need, I think.
Okay, perfect. Good. Excellent. Well, good. So nevertheless, I would like to just quickly go through the user journey. So you remember that first the user scans a barcode from an app to enter the supermarket, and this app will have information on their payment, so whatever they save as payment option. Then they enter the supermarket and then they get information about discounts for products that are relevant to them. And depending on where they are walking in the supermarket, so there will be smart beacons that will track the user along their journey. Then, if they're interested in a specific discount, they will get an AR guidance to find those products in the store. And once they pick a product, these products will be added to their shopping cart as they are inserted into their physical cart. So along this process, sensors will collect data that will help understand the user shopping patterns. So looking for frequencies and quantities of products. And once the user is done, they will exit the store, going through a station that detects their ID, completing automatically their purchase. So this is overall the journey of the user inside the supermarket, so that we keep that in mind. For the agenda today, we have these topics. We have errors, explainability, AI onboarding, trust calibration, controls, feedback, and data headlines. And this is the part of, here is called, Google names it a sketch, because after we do the analytical part, which is what we're going to do today, we go into a sketching session to kind of start ideating how we integrate these different elements into an interface. And finally, we go into the design section to review the entire exercise and start selecting solutions that we gathered across these different sections that we will discuss in the workshop. So this is the agenda for today, more or less. We may end earlier, ideally. So as you see, we will go through these different topics. And yeah, we're gonna do our best to finalize earlier. Cool. Okay, so we can jump right into errors audit. So the idea with errors audit is to start identifying potential areas in which users may encounter an error, or areas in which the algorithms may not properly understand what user is asking for, or not properly provide a recommendation of value for the user. So the idea is to start developing a plan for preventing and mitigating user harm caused by errors in your system. So harm here is a very broad word, right? Because depending on the application, there is something that is really harmful, or just something that is maybe not desirable for users. So, okay, the idea here is, well, here you can have a look at the guideline, how you support users when something goes wrong. So this is a pattern that was developed by Google, as you know, and the key points here is to be accountable. So you can click, I'm sure it's, yeah, if you click on this section here, it leads you directly to the website. Okay. Good. So the pattern in summary contains these three elements to be accountable for your errors. So first, to do kind of pre-mortem assessment of the system to understand what types of errors the user might encounter. So that requires some level of creativity, but also some level of understanding of what is the system that we are designing so that we can already envision or foresee what type of errors the user might encounter. Then the second part is to give control back to users when automation fails, so that you provide alternatives so that user can move forward in their journey without without AI in case something goes wrong. And the third part is to let users supervise automation. So depending on the level of let's say criticality of the application, um, you may not want to automate processes, let's say in the health sector. If it's very delicate, if the impact can be really high for humans, then you try to either avoid automation at all or let users supervise what is the automation that is being encountered. So the idea here is to start understanding what are the types of errors that might happen when an automation is occurs, and then have a plan for resolving them. So kind of a mitigation plan. So here they provide some examples of how to describe errors, and it is important to understand this because we need to describe errors at the right level. So one is that, for example, system's answer doesn't fit the context. That's too vague, and a user wouldn't really understand what's actually happening there. But then if you say the system doesn't know when garbage day is for one block in my neighborhood, that's very, very specific. Probably would be very complicated to design something, to code something that is that specific. You may need a lot of data that is relevant for certain users to do this. So it will be very cost intensive. Now, if you say the system misunderstands speech due to accent and environmental noise, it is just right because you provide some information so the user understands what is happening and what could be a reason behind the error that is occurring. Okay, so that we work on this part, we will review a little bit the critical moments. So as you remember, these are the moments in the product in which the user can gain or lose trust in the product. And as you may remember, we had these five moments explaining the theme during the onboarding when user downloads the app and starts inserting information. Then the second step is starting the shopping experience when the users get into the supermarket using the barcode. When users get recommendations on products, then when the application is tracking the products that are being added to the cart, and finally when they are completing their purchase. So the idea here is that we distribute ourselves into each one of these critical moments, so you can start thinking which moment you want to focus on for this task. And then each one of us will work through horizontally here. So for example, if you select explaining the thing during the onboarding, you go then horizontally here. And then we have a series of questions to answer. So here, what errors can occur during this critical moment? So you start brainstorming. You can take directly the sticky note here from the left, and you start inserting there what errors you imagine can happen during that process. Just as a refresher, we have here also the brainstorming we had the last time, so you can get some inspiration there. So there is quite a lot of information that could be useful. And then you start selecting what user groups may be impacted by this error. There may be errors that, to your criteria, may be more impactful for certain users. Let's say if it's something very complicated or is very critical for onboarding, then probably a novice user may be impacted the most. But if it's something more advanced feature, then a more expert user and so on. But this is quite flexible, so don't feel that you need to go into much detail in here. And then try to reflect a little bit what are the harms that could be caused to users. Since this is a supermarket app, it's not really like a physical harm, but you know, start thinking on what kind of information there is in this app that may impact a user. So let's say their personal data, let's say their bank account information, their address. These are like quite relevant things, but you can also think about, okay, if a certain error happens that may consume time for users, that may make things more complicated for users. So you can think in a very broad sense what are harms that can be caused to users in terms of an experience in general. Okay, here this question is a kind of repeat from that one. So if you like, you can copy paste the same thing or just skip it as you like, just for you to be guided on what is this, what you're addressing here. And then the next thing is how do we prevent this error from happening? So once you have identified an error and then you thought, okay, what is the kind of impact that can happen to a user? Okay, what can we do to avoid such an error? Normally, these kind of workshops are done in quite interdisciplinary teams. So, you can have the input from software development, but also from design team and then marketing and, service design, etc. So for this one, we will try to be, quite flexible, but it's just to have something that is reasonable, that may be logical, that could help in this. But as you know, for the moment, it's just to get a taste of how this tool works, and that we start, understanding how the process is. So don't feel very stressed if if things are quite technical, but just give it a try and see what we get. And then what do we do when it does occur? So if the error happens, what do we do if it does? And what we don't do if it does occur? So two things: what do we do if it occurs, and what we don't do if it occurs? So you may start, maybe you can recall some experiences you had on the web when an error happened, and then you were given things, and you may probably have thought, okay, that was not that helpful, So you can take that as a reference to start creating this, because as we were discussing previously in the previous workshop, designing for AI in some sense is something really new. So we will need to be kind of creative into how we depict this in an interface. However, the experience in itself is not that new. It's like if we are in real life, you can just position yourself as if you are interacting, let's say, with a human. And yeah, imagine someone gives you a recommendation, or you're looking for instructions and you got the wrong instruction. So what would you have liked to have as information in that moment, when you take a wrong decision, or when you feel lost while doing something in real life? I think that can help us move forward in this sense. Okay, so let's start with this. Let's dedicate 10 minutes first, and if we need some more time, then I will extend it. Do you have some questions at the moment?
All seems clear.
Okay, perfect. So let's start.
Okay, so we start with the open discussion, or do we do a bit of an individual
Yeah,
thinking?
okay, sorry about that. Yes, we need to distribute ourselves into the critical moments. So let's say someone chooses explaining the thing during the onboarding, and someone else the other, and so on. And then we work on these critical moments during this session. Oh, I mean, in this part of the workshop.
Okay, I will take the recommendations.
Okay, perfect. So you can write your name on a sticky note so that we know you're working on this one.
All right.
So,
I can take tracking products below.
okay, perfect.
I'll take something else, then I'll quickly glance through those.
Okay, perfect. So I will take explaining the thing during the onboarding. And I assume that others will not be addressed, but I think we have taken the most relevant ones. So recommendations, tracking products. So Jarko, you mentioned starting the shopping experience, right?
I can take that, or then the purchase confirmation.
Okay. So feel free. And then once we do this, we then wrap up for a discussion, and then we move on. Okay, let's go for it.
I'll take the first one.
Okay,
And we
fine.
can go in the order.
Right, perfect. Okay, so let's go for it. 5 more minutes so that we can finalize our thoughts here. hands up. So, was the time enough? Do you need some more time? Or is this okay?
I think, good think even more definitely ideas, but yeah, it's enough for at least one.
Okay.
I think I could use for a couple of more minutes.
Okay.
A bit
Okay. So, how much?
Maybe 2 minutes more.
Perfect. Let's do that. Okay, perfect. Good. Yeah, I will be sharing and non-sharing the screen because I am using a separate recording and I want to record your face. So when we're working again, I will share again the screen. Okay, for now, before we go into the next part, let's briefly discuss what we brainstormed so that we can better inform the last part of this error prevention section. So the idea is that now we present briefly what we did, what we thought about it, and then we in the group can provide some suggestions if you have some additional ideas, so that we can incorporate this in the work. So I guess we need to start from the beginning, explaining the theme during the onboarding. So Jarko, would you like to present your thoughts?
Yes, I think this first phrase doesn't include really that much, like AI elements or such, or nothing very intelligent. So it's more generic. So I picked up from the critical moments the challenge of, for example, um, uh, problems due to the payment card setup or payment option setup. So pick up that as a one thing, that this user entered payment option just couldn't be verified or added to some reason, which can happen to all. Just a second. Ami, mai tulee ylös. I need to pick up the kid. She's climbing up the stairs.
Or maybe I can continue. until he's back.
I'm
Okay,
back.
that was pretty quick.
Well,
Very good.
so basically, that thing can happen to anyone. Uh, uh, it might be something with the guard setup, so
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't allow to use at all. So I think that is a critical blocker, and the user needs to get back to later or even start navigating somehow from somewhere else. And then I think the second one I sort of thought that this user's location or geography is not linked properly. So user could register on the application, although there's no supermarkets like that anywhere close by, or even in the same country.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a good thing. And then this as a third one, like how complicated the data, like how to understand how personal data is used
Mm-hmm.
might be an issue. And I think it's might not be a showstopper, but something that maybe doesn't either convince or can cause some like a mistrust.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. So, are there some thoughts around this from the rest?
I just connected to that location thing immediately because that is actual thing that I've been battling with the Google, thinking that I'm still living somewhere in Britain where I lived when I studied over 10 years ago, and I think that I changed it. I thought that I changed it, but it still pops up and says that I can't download an app because my location is wrong.
Ah, yeah.
Every now and then it works, and then somewhere lingers back the old address. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So I recognize the problem, but also the complexity here that it's not just a supermarket system. Then you need to be asking the customer to have a look into. It might be some other system behind it that
Mm-hmm.
is stopping
Absolutely.
the.
I think when I was looking into this task, I was really thinking the words error. What does it mean here?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, I think the too complicated description for how personal data is used, it's a common design challenge. How might we explain that? And then come to the recommendation, the topic I have also. This kind of topic, is it part of the error that we want to harvest here?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it the general UX issues?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for the case of this exercise, it's more like errors of prediction, let's say, errors of the machine learning not properly recognizing the outcome that the user expects. But something that I was thinking that could be relevant in this step was, um, well, while onboarding, you want to make sure that you actually have all the information you need about the user to be able to provide relevant recommendations, right? So a typical problem that companies have is that they use historic data. So I was just thinking that maybe an error could be like historic data of past customers, of course, to provide recommendations to future customers on their products, which may not always be the case and may embed bias, right? So I was just thinking that maybe an error could be of not properly calibrating the new user to the historic data that the organization has. So maybe kind of like provide some features, some options, so that the user can kind of tailor who they are, so that they normally organizations say like, okay, where are you located, what is your language, what is your age, or things like that, your birth date, or so, very general things. And then then they provide recommendations to this bunch of group of people. But then make sure in this onboarding that we insert the relevant criteria to provide users with the actual products that they're looking for. So I was just thinking that in that aspect, we then need to maybe um, dig a bit deeper into, let's say, for example, what is your diet? Do you have a preference for certain labels, let's say bioproducts or sustainable, or do you want to buy local, things like that, so that we
Mm.
can, better
So
gauge this.
yeah, so it sounds like for us to tackle this topic, we need to think about the key decision makings
Right.
from the system level,
Mm-hmm.
and then imagine what could be the wrongly decision happened
Mm-hmm.
in the system in the background, then see the error that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that was a very, very excellent point, and so I think that is exactly the way, or could be the way to come up with the error.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was also the thing with what I was struggling, like maybe these previous session things were limiting my thinking a bit, because I went through quickly the topics,
Mm-hmm.
and couldn't, let's say, identify there's something that we had identified beforehand related to such a, let's say, prediction. So it was all quite general
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Mm.
So I'm maybe got stuck on those.
No worries. I'm also waking up. We will have enough time during the day to
Yeah.
catch up. Okay, so Caroline?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that I think this is a common feeling. I also felt the same. I was really thinking error. Does it mean here?
Mm-hmm.
For the this workshop design of this workshop, we could, for example, give a more clear description how
Right.
to think proceed for
Mm-hmm.
identifying error. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this goes more into the false positives and the false negatives,
Mm,
Mm.
right? In
yeah.
terms of the predictions.
Mm,
So, but in any case, as I mentioned before, it's for us to have a taste on the tool, and then we know, for later experience. Um, Okay, so I would leave it there. Maybe, Jarko, you can think a little bit more on what prevention things you may want to do and what we do, but we will do that in the next step. So the idea now was that we discuss in the group so that we can inform or get some feedback that we can then incorporate in the next part. Okay, good. So then the next critical moment is starting the shopping experience. And here I focused on these 2 points. One is that the barcode cannot be recognized, and the other is that the user is not properly ID due to many customers entering at the same time. So I think these two errors can impact all users, everybody who enters the shop. Then, if the barcode is not recognized, the harm that can be caused is that, well, users may not be able to enter the store theoretically, or they may not be able to start that experience because they may be able to enter like we do now, but not with these enhanced capabilities. And then users may get annoyed or stressed and may need help to move forward. So this will, delay everything, make everything slower, because in comparison to our regular way of shopping, we don't need any help to enter a shop. So now adding this could cause some lines in a supermarket or so for people to enter. Okay, and if users are not properly ID'd, well, something very similar. So they cannot enter or start, or they cannot shop or complete their purchase by using this app. So it's quite critical, I would say, this barcode thing. Okay, and then how do we prevent this error from happening? So in respect to the barcode not recognized, I thought about creating a test before starting the actual shopping experience. So when users are being onboarded, then like when we use Zoom or when we use these virtual meeting tools, that before we start a meeting, we have a session. Well, some applications enable that. Google Meet enables that so that you check your microphone, your camera to make sure that during the meeting it will work. So do something equivalent, leading the user to a website where they can scan a code and they make sure that their data is being properly recognized. I don't know if you get what I mean, but like to do that scanning before they actually go to the shop. And then, well, for the I did try to make a separation, place separation bars at the entrance of the supermarket to make sure that everybody, um, that only one customer checks in at a time. So I was thinking about the idea of when we are entering a plane, there is a line and then, one person at a time. But I think this is more like physical design or technical, electrotechnical than machine learning based itself, as I understand it right now. Like it's more about um, placing this set of bars at the entrance so that everybody can check in at once. So making sure that this is separated, so that the data is not mixed. But yeah, for now that's what I came up with. And what do we do when it occurs is to inform the user what to do if they are misidentified. So for example, tell them, okay, identification didn't work, or please rescan, or um, I identified two users. Which of these are you? Something like that, so that the user can select, okay, this is me. Or, the application can tell the name of the user, and if the user is not that user, if this is not you, if not you, please press here, for example, and then they rescan, so that they know, so that they don't take for granted that once they scan, it's them directly, but that they need to confirm that. And regarding the barcode not recognized, we should not tell the user they cannot enter or shop. I think that would be really a deal breaker. And then the other, what we should do is to provide them assistance on the shop, like have a display. Like when in McDonald's, for example, they have a display where people can order without having to talk to someone. So we can have a display where users can try to solve their problems if they have any issue with the mobile app, or ask a human in there. Okay, so these were these two parts. So now we can move on to recommendations.
Yeah. So the first, I came up with two. It was a bit difficult to get around with the concept. First one, it's obvious. The system will recommend irrelevant products to the user. So that's an end result of the error. The error could be the wrongly collected data, or recommendation itself. It's used a very simple filter, so it doesn't really serve the purpose of this type of product recommendation. Then I wrote that the user who are rely on the recommendation for their shopping choice would be affected on it. It could be novice, expert, and then consequences that user will no longer trust the result from these recommendations, and more likely they will reduce the usage for the recommendation. What we could prevent. So first we should explain how the recommendation is generated, and then also allow user to adjust and train the recommendation to fit for their preferences. So in the end, the recommendation engine, it's similar to nowadays YouTube. If you are not interested, you can continue to tell why you are not interested. It could be you have watched the video, or it's something that you don't like the content, etc. Recovery plan. If user already encountered with a irrelevant recommended products, so first we could do is gather user feedback, allow user to read and report inaccurate recommendations. From there, we can also learn who are the user more likely to encounter this irrelevant recommendation, and then sort out to help us to identify where the engine went wrong, or where the data was missing to produce the accurate result. And then the other one is, I think we should also educate the user to increase their, in a way, this AI solution literacy, because this is still relatively new technology. So, for example, we could promote community effort for a more accurate recommendation engine. So I think this is also a way of sharing responsibilities for making the recommendation relevant for each individual. So democratic, what is the right word? Giving each individual rights to make it better. That one was pretty clear. The second one is more of a system display around product info. So it's also a result of what users seeing. Strictly speaking, it's not a recommendation engine error, but it's more of the data error. Then, for example, user Julia may receive a product that located in Helsinki but actually is not available. She went to the shop, she realized it's not available. And of course, then user will feel unsatisfied. Whoever already acts on the recommendation will feel frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
The prevention plan would be that we need to have an end-to-end data integration that is making sure at least human interaction will minimize, then human error will be mitigated. The other plan is to, once the error is occurred, we should allow the shopper or
Mm-hmm.
human to correct that, meaning the people who work in the shop. And then the recovering plan is allow user to report error first. And then the system-wise to recovering that is give an immediate replacement suggestion. So if Yulia is at shop looking for oat milk and there isn't oat milk that you wanted, and then immediately a soya milk or different brand oat milk should be provided that is available. Second one is one the user feel frustrated, then the human-to-human customer service should be in
Mm-hmm.
place. Mm, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Is there any thoughts on this and the previous critical moment?
I'd definitely be frustrated if there was no oat milk. So definitely relevant example.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. I can see here the pattern that we more and more use humans as as a savior in machine learning. So this is evidence that we will not be fully replaced. Absolutely not. It's complementary. Now it's like the importance is to know to which level, how much human interaction we need. Um, yeah. So if I were in my own city, my home country, I wouldn't have much problem asking someone, but I don't always do that if I am in a foreign place. So that would be something, to take into account. But that's also, of course, a personal thing. But it's that thing that it may happen like depending on the user mental model that we address, depending on the persona we have. That's an important aspect to take into account. How important is for a user to have a human touch so that the alternative that we provide to them is a human, is relevant to them. So yeah, that's very good thing. Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. I think we have a last one, right? Tracking products.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't have. I haven't taught all four tokens. I just started with trying to think of what would be the key areas to come in mind and what to focus. And I definitely taught this part of when I've entered the shop, and then I put the start to add the products in my basket, and it doesn't either add to the digital basket, or then when I decide that I don't want this product and put it back, and it doesn't recognize. So this could definitely lead to me, if there's an error, to a very frustrating broken customer experience in the middle of this beautiful shopping. If I need to start battling with the trying to get the product off and in the basket or away the basket. Yeah, anyway. So I thought there's definitely well, I love this red cycling you did for all. Yeah, I could have done that. But I was thinking that, there's the customer side and then the supermarket side. And what the harm could be caused that if the digital shopping cart doesn't recognize the product added, then well, my experience can be really harmed because it takes me a lot longer to do the shopping experience. I might not have that much time that I want to spend in the supermarket, and then of course there's stress added to it. Then of course the supermarket side, they lose money if I just walk out without paying. I don't realize,
Right.
so that's
Mm-hmm.
not good for them either. And I'll just focus on this adding the not recognizing the product added to the basket. But this goes definitely like other way around. If I put the product back, then I might pay for more than I wanted to pay. So then prevention plan, you can maybe see that I've been now hearing and reading a lot of agile and thinking that, so constant testing the system, definitely. That would be basic one to prevent these things happening, and the fact of being able to well, maybe this goes to the recovery plan side as well, that effectively we can respond to feedback given if people are experiencing the reasons, experiencing any errors with the products and digital baskets, and then improve the system, and then we should again check the feedback, or how people are experiencing, keep on improving. I think it would be really important to offer alternative way possibly to scan the product, or so that you don't, if it's, you just can't figure out why it's not showing up in the basket, or this little basket is not working, then I can do it somewhere else if my phone is not working. And then maybe there's some sort of alert, or you could have some sort of pop-up. I'm a little bit, these notifications sometimes do annoy me as well, so I'm wondering if there could be a chance of adding more annoyance if you get a like this pop-up window saying all the time that there might be something problematic, check your basket. But yes, I think constant testing, and then the multiple ways to scan and pay would definitely be helpful to solve this for the customer and the product, the supermarket.
Perfect.
And yeah, one thing, the product barcodes. I have realized that I love self-check at supermarkets, and there's always one item that just doesn't work. For some reason, the barcode doesn't scan. So, this constant check that barcodes will
That's true. Yeah.
work is important from the supermarket side.
Great. Perfect. Some thoughts around this?
Yeah, I think this is a very practical error. Really could happen. I first liked, Yulia, you have put two perspectives. One is from customer point of view and supermarket point of view. That's very well. Uh, I think it's really easily then relate to the value proposition later on to articulate errors. Then this recovering plan, yeah, I'm also thinking that what is then the whole journey if, let's say, the bus, how is the scanning happening? If it's happening in the shelf, then maybe there should also a double confirmation scanning happen in the basket. So some way like to ensure, or like a double security to ensure that goods left from the shelf and arrive to here, and that could be potentially prevent the this not recognizing it. And then how to inform user. Let's say both we have the system, still it hasn't recognized. How to inform user? It is a interesting way because you don't have a machine as we have in Prisma, one of the shopping market in Finland. You have a scanner in your hand to make the scan, but now you don't really have it, right? Maybe the shopping cart is the one. So some sort of interface should have a indication there, maybe in the shopping cart, that each time a goods landed successfully, like ding, and if it didn't, then errors. So, some immediate, effortless notification for the user. Yeah, not on the phone. Then it would be, if you are inside and you wouldn't even notice that. So yeah.
Well, soon we might all have the VR glasses, augmented, then you'll just see sparkles when the product is added or taken away.
Come back of the Google glasses.
Well, I was checking all these fashion, big like Gucci and like big brands. They are really into it, like bringing the
Yeah.
glasses and wearing. So I think there is gonna be a definite comeback.
Yeah. Actually I look forward to them doing that. It's just like I know about Ray-Ban and Facebook that released these smart glasses, And yeah, here in Zurich, actually, they're out of stock. I tried to
Oh,
buy them, and yeah, I have to buy them from the USA, but it's a weird thing because, if you don't have a shop here, if you want to return, I think it's difficult, so I don't really get into it. But what I mean is that I think there will be more interest in this kind of products. So um, yeah, something similar to watches, like I see Swatch. I was traveling recently and I saw store a kiosk in the supermarket in the airport, and Swatch has now like a strategy around traditional watches, very simple ones, but with some art added to it, some paintings into it,
Mm,
like Frida Kahlo, so like very
wow.
iconic images, very beautiful, awesome. Like, oh wow, I would really like to have some painting on my watch, like something so cool. But I don't think that's the future. I don't think that's like
mm,
it doesn't integrate the technology. And I don't know, they are addressing a very young public with these colorful watches with interesting paintings, but I don't know if that public would be satisfied with only this painting. I think they need to elevate the experience a little bit more and add these things. So that's why I think, this jewelry or these wearables and appliance focused industries will really need to integrate these things. But anyway, it's just a uh, side conversation on that. Good. So I am taking note of some things and I will share this with you afterwards of some of the thoughts we are discussing here so that we can collect all these insights. Okay, for the moment, this is good. Unfortunately, we didn't complete the purchase completion, but it's okay. I think we can leave it. Now, what I would like us to do in 5 minutes or so is to now select at least one error that we consider from our critical moment that is the most relevant, at least one, if you have enough time to. And let me guide you to where I would like you to see. So I would like you to duplicate this part. It's a template that Google provides. Oh, uh, okay. Well, anyway, you are seeing it. I'm not sharing the screen, but you are seeing it.
yeah.
Perfect. So the idea is that you insert in the information that we have already discussed, that you have already written in the previous steps, and then you write, for example, in critical product moment, the one that you selected, this specific error can impact, and then you indicate the group. And then to prevent this error, we will, and this is where you insert the prevention strategy that you identified. When the error does occur, we will help our users by, and then you insert the strategy that you wrote. So, is this clear, or do you need some more or an example or so?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. So it's just inserting the information that we collected on the different questions. So, um, yeah, so let's just give it a try. And if you have any question, then just feel free to ask. Yeah,
Thank you.
perfect. 5 minutes.
Perfect.
And you can duplicate this thing, so you don't have to write it. So Control D. Okay, perfect. Um, Great. Wow, this looks really nice. Very awesome. So before we move on to the next
You
part,
are muted, Johan.
oh, sorry. Thanks a lot. Perfect. Good. So before we move on to the next part, which is explainability audit, I would like to hear some thoughts from you about this activity. How did you find it? What did you find useful or unuseful, and how you think it could be improved?
First, I was really looking for today's workshop, is
Mhm,
I think one of the main major differences in terms of designing for AI and normal software system is AI has so many corner cases. Error is a way for us to discover those cover cases and understand them and mitigate the risks. And so then I think this error is a right way to look into that. Mm, what I like is it's really open up, cut it in a small elements
mhm,
for the error scenarios, and then you put it together. Then you really, for example, when I'm doing it together, I realize, okay, some of the recovering plan is more of a prevention strategy. So you
mhm,
still revisit thought and organize them. Uh, then it became more actionable and understandable. What I would improve, perhaps, why is that yeah, to have a more clear um, decision mapping before jumping to here. Because I
okay.
think decision mapping helps to identify these system errors,
Mhm,
especially for people who are not technical. I think that helps. What are the key decisions happen for human and machines? And then there we can identify the error risks. The second one is to perhaps explain a bit of a false negative and false positive and how
mhm,
to identify that. I understood concept very well, but if I'm really looking to recommendations that ask me to identify those, I can I can think some, but I'm not confident whether I'm covering all use
mhm,
cases. Yeah. So and then third point was that I think this is very important. This topic to have the multidisciplinary team
mhm.
really cover different aspects. Mm.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Valuable points. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a really good.
Mhm.
Overall.
Yeah, I really like the idea of doing this decision making analysis before this exercise, kind of like the user flow diagram, so that we can better understand what are potential errors on each one of them. Yeah, I really like that very much. Some more thoughts?
I think I noticed when working on this latter part that this thinking develops during this thing. Like it's not maybe even like very crucial like what you come up as an error in the beginning. So the thinking goes deeper, and I could imagine that you could also, let's say, fine tune this. How do you describe the error? How do you describe the situation?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this framing, like for example, making a value proposition, like a similar template, helps to really, let's say, try to be more precise on how do you describe it. So I think it's a good process.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
it's somehow like that. Maybe one more thing, that it starts to shape up as a like either even like a functional requirement, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
like non-functional requirement. Like it goes deeper to like requirement kind of definition.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yep. Silvia?
yeah. I just wanted to add that it really great to hear everybody's thoughts and kind of it's good also to hear the other perspectives that thinking. But like from my point of view, just from visual aspect, which is what I focus on, is that it's great that Google's taken this human feel and approach that comes really strongly already from the brand. There's no robot hands and cold colors. It's all green and very organic, and that's why I'm really enjoying also to learn more about the human sensors process and how is it also included in the process and thinking
Mm-hmm.
of this. Essentially still like we are making a product, but how to think about it from the human side. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
enjoying every step.
Perfect, perfect, awesome. Okay, so I think we can then move to the next part, which is explainability. So let me bring you here. So here we are going to go in depth into how we explain AI to the user. So there is a lot of discussion, like how explainable, how transparent information, how much information you provide to users, and what information you share. So here we're going to have our chance or opportunity to kind of play a little bit with that. And the goal here is to find gaps in the current explanation of a product of this kind and write new ones that better support our users. But as we discussed previously, some AI products and IoT products are relatively new, so there is not really much reference. However, to complete this task, I thought that we could think about current expectations or explanations in stores. So the idea is that since this is, let's say, a new product, we are kind of creating it because we don't have a reference right now about it. The idea is that we use our real life experiences when we go to a supermarket and we go shopping and we have information in front of us, and then kind of use that experience to think about this application that we are designing. So for example, if we want, let's say, avocados, and we are in the produce section, um, okay, I don't know, if we know the supermarket, we may know where the avocado is, but if we don't know, we may want to know, okay, where do I find avocados? And like in the experiences we have had, um, what information do we look for to find, for example, certain products, like in this case, avocados? And how do we want this information displayed, in which form, what information exactly. So I think this could help us already to start brainstorming this part of explainability. So the idea is that now we go through each opportunity statement. As you can see, opportunity statements for this guideline are a cornerstone for designing for AI. So it's everything starts from the opportunity statement from these critical moments and what are the opportunities from the point of view of users, that can help uh, design the application. So for this case, I didn't really actually write the opportunity statements, but I included the critical moment. So if you may need some, yeah, I think you may need that. Let me just quickly go through to find to give you the link of the previous board so that you can get some inspiration on how we drafted that opportunity statement. Okay, so let me just quickly do that. Okay, so here, this is the link of the board from workshop 1. So this is just for you to, if you need to review that for the critical moment we will be discussing, then you can have a look at how we phrased the problem from the user's point of view. That was the opportunity statement at that time. Okay, so here there is also a list of patterns that we will recommend for to present or to explain AI to users. And first one is to understand the user mindset. So who are our users and what state of mind they have when they see an explanation in this particular critical moment. So as it's evident in some previous research is important. So by then we already have understood who our user is. We have already conducted interviews, ethnographic research, and created some personas. So we know who they are and how they think, and maybe a little bit on what they expect, what their mental models are. Then explanation evaluation. What are the pieces of information being provided in your current explanations and are they adequate? So this goes in line with what I was saying before. So we start thinking on what we already experience um, while looking for information and what we think could be an upgrade to that experience that could be useful for this experience. And then user actions. How actionable are your explanations for the user? Are there steps they can take afterwards? So the idea is that we phrase this information into ways that are actionable, that they are brief, concise, and then lead users to certain actions that can help them solve their problem or accomplish what they want. And lastly, explanation strategy. So we will then use the information that we gathered from before to kind of rephrase or draft explanations that may be meaningful for our users. Okay, so we will do something similar. We will choose one critical moment from here. If you like, you can choose the same one you selected previously. And then we will go horizontally again in here. So the idea is that we answer each one of these questions. It doesn't have to be very elaborate. It's just to have a concept around them. So for example, what type of users see this critical moment? So since it is a supermarket, we will have all kind of users there, but you can just feel free to select any of these. We are not now working on a particular persona, but you can just feel free to select also what state of mind you think someone would have while entering a supermarket and starting such a shopping experience. What is the user goal in this moment? Also very free. So the idea now is that we start using this tool and we start seeing how it works. Here, if you have some time, if you like, you can search a picture on the internet and insert it here so that it illustrates the thoughts, or it can help already in the brainstorming session. You can insert an image from the internet on how you think users may be while they are in this critical moment. Does the user know what to do next? So in this particular step in the journey, do you think they have enough information with respect to, if just mixing the two worlds, the new application and the current experiences, and try to, again, be very flexible because the product doesn't exist yet, but just provide some information so that we can kind of discuss this tool. Then explanation evaluation. What key information does any existing explanation provide? So in real life, what information do we have that could help or not in this process, or is not being provided? What other information could be provided, and should additional information be added here or elsewhere in the system? Okay, and then user actions. What actions are available to the user? Are they clear? If a user is unhappy with this decision, what are they likely to do first? And if a user believes your system's prediction is wrong, what can they do? So, so again, this section is going to be very kind of use your imagination, try to be flexible. And the idea is that after this exercise, we will then move on to write an explanation strategy. So before we go directly into this, let's just start reflecting a little bit on how real life experiences are providing explanation to users. What information is missing or could be useful to help users in such a journey while they're shopping in a supermarket and then adding this enhanced technology. Okay, do you have some questions for a moment?
So for the information we're supposed to know, but we don't really know, which is
Exactly, yeah. So it's a very tricky thing. So since it's very vague, I would give it now some 5 minutes and see how we feel about it, because the actual task in this section is the explanation strategy that we will look at it later on. But just go through the questions and start thinking how this explanation strategy may look like, taking into account information that users may need while they're being in each one of these critical moments. Yeah. So I would suggest we select the same critical moments we had before, and then we can then complete this exercise. So let's start with 5 minutes, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. Do you need some more time?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So let's give it some 3 more minutes and then we can discuss.
Sounds good.
Okay, good. All right, so how did it go? Did it work for you? Yes,
Yeah.
perfect. Perfect. So yeah, as mentioned before, this is an experiment kind of. We are getting to know this tool, and I think just giving it a try can really help to better understand what it is and how we can use it also for our own work later on. Okay, so I will start directly with starting the shopping experience. So here, the user mindset. So this is a critical moment that impacts all users. And then their state of mind. Well, I focused on users going shopping after work. So that's why I included this image so that I can already put myself in that state of mind. So how users may be feeling or may be thinking. So they're more or less like, kind of tired, bored, or wanted to do things quickly and easily. And their goal in that moment is to quickly enter the shop, find products they are looking for, and then go home. So they wouldn't expect much information to read or to understand. Things should be easy and clear for them and quick, things of, just pressing and then moving on. Okay, does the user know what to do next? I inserted here, I used my imagination and I said yes, assuming that on the entrance there is a big and clear sign for users to scan their codes so that they know exactly where they have to go. And also, yes, that, since we do this regularly, we are familiar to just entering a shop and grabbing a cart and then start shopping. So I would assume that they would know what to do next. Then an explanation evaluation. What key information does any existing explanation provide? So again, I focused on the actual shopping experience. So traditionally, shopping areas are labeled, although pretty high on the shops, but normally we know where um, milk products are, where meat is, where vegetables are. So more or less, people can orient themselves. But you need to look for that information, I think, at least in my experience. And then product sections include price, origin, and if there is any discount around it. What other information could be provided? I think a map of the shop could be useful. Like if I enter the shop and I just want a specific product, and I want, okay, I think that could be in that section, like let's say drinks, then I want to find where drinks are, or a search area, a search button that enables me to search for a location. So if I say, okay, I want to find drinks, and then that finds the drinks section, and then it shows me a map, and then with the AR assistant, and I can go be guided directly there. So I think that could be helpful there. Should additional information be added there, here, or elsewhere in the system? I think information like goes well with or recipes or sustainability and climate impact, and if the product is local or not, could be useful. But I think it could be more relevant in the next step once they are shopping, like when they're getting recommendations or things like this. And then finally, user actions. What actions are available for user? When products don't have an etiquette, they have to be weighed. Yeah, so that has happened to me, and I think also some people who are new in the city and in the shop, they don't know that they have to weight some products so that they get the label, right? So this may be useful to provide users the information that they need to weight this product. Like, if there is a sensor that detects that the product was inserted into the cart but doesn't have any etiquette, then in that moment get the notification. And I think that we were discussing this previously, like make sure that users are notified when things are happening. But I think we should think the way around. Maybe it should be rather notify users when things don't happen properly, because I think we would assume that the technology will work properly. So if we notify users every time a product is added to the cart, would be annoying, I think. But rather like notify users when a product is not properly identified or coded so that they take an action. Because if it's proper, then you don't have to do anything. But anyway, it was just like one way of doing it. If a user believes your system's prediction is wrong, what can they do? So rescan the barcodes. So they are still entering the shop, they are entering in the process to shop. So if something is wrong, they think, oh, this didn't recognize me properly. They should then rescan their code. And if a user is unhappy with this decision, with the prediction or the recognition, what can they do? What are they likely to do first? They may ask someone in the supermarket, or they may look for signs or indications on the store to solve their problem. So that means that, again, we need people there and also have good labeling in the store so that they know what to do next. Okay, so I don't know, do you have some thoughts around this that you'd like to share? Okay, so if it's not the case, then we can move on to recommendations.
Oh, maybe one like about the failure. Like I definitely that I think that was a really good point. That maybe it's annoying if you every time get a success message, or and I put it in my thing as well. And I was thinking about it that on the other hand, maybe you just if you are having a wearable, let's say a watch, and
Mm-hmm.
every time I put a thing something in my basket, I get a little vibration,
Mm-hmm.
and I get used to it. And then if there is no vibration, I'm thinking, okay, did something go wrong? Maybe you put
Yeah.
two and you get like two vibrations, so you get just used to it, and it's not that annoying because it's just happening all the time. So it can work, I think. It might be more annoying that I need to dig out my mobile from the my bag and then have log in to be able to see what went wrong. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's for these starting a shopping experience. Um, what were you thinking when you were saying the rescan the barcode? That was happening when user want to enter in the shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of um, it's I think it's I would advocate for always inform user of their action. This is basic of UX law. But then level of how to indicate that's different. For
Mm-hmm.
instance, the gym I'm going to is also using a barcode scan inside. So the door itself has, if I the notification doesn't happen on my watch or my phone, but if I scan the barcode clearly, then the green, the door color have the green LED
Mm,
lights and opens.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
And then if it's not working, then it's became red, and then I will check what's wrong. Like the notification come to my phone, like what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's more of what level of information we want to engage with user, how much attention that notification that occurs. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
I think it's notification still needed, but different level of alertness of treatment, or different severity of the treatment.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Thank
I
you.
like that green lights and doors opening. That would make me feel definitely
Yeah,
welcome.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. In Alexia, they are actually using it, but it can also be a bit tricky. For example, your phone need to have a really bright screen, otherwise it doesn't
Yeah,
Mm,
see the
that's true.
barcode.
mm,
Mm.
Mm-hmm. But I think here we can see the combination of the digital and physical. So,
Mm.
like there, it would be more like of a physical response of the digital action. So, yeah, and I think that helps a lot to create, to start kind of priming users to have a positive experience. If you present cheerful colors or kind of welcoming thing, very cool and fresh, to enter the supermarket. I think that could be very nice. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Thank you. Good. Perfect. So then we can move on to recommendations.
Yeah. So, what type of user are seeing this critical moment are the user who enable the recommendations. Not all users need to enable that based on their preferences. And users' state of mind, either they have time happily wandering around. I thought this was a happy phase, but then I realized there's another happy phase. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And then user who are like a bit puzzled. Okay, what is this product? And they're thinking about it, or they're surprised with the recommendations. Then who is the use? What is users' goal in this moment? They want to get more relevant products that they want to purchase. So the product can be new or can be known, but it's something that linked to their
Mm-hmm.
purchase behavior, something that they have the interest. Where is the user just before this moment? Maybe they are wandering around and finding a lot of options,
Mm-hmm.
and recommendation help them to narrow down the options. Does the user know what to do next? Yes, either they can follow the recommendation, find the product, or ignore it. Then what key information does any existing explanation provide? So I would see it provides the product description, and then stock availability, price, discount, and then locations. What other information could be provided? First, like said earlier, it could have a short explanation why user sees the recommended product, perhaps linked to the given data. For instance, if Yulia said that she likes orange-related products or orange flavors, then when there's a new cookie that the chocolate cookie has orange flavor, and she get recommendations. So some short explanation how the given data was used to provide that. The second one is the option for user to rate the relevancy of the recommendations. If Yulia find maybe Yulia don't like chocolate, although she like orange, so she can vote down for these recommendations. And then most important, I find these ratings still ask effort from user. We need give some sense of incentive and also utilizing community power to
Right.
encourage the action to happen. So the idea here is community effort and incentives, contribution. Yulia could see that contribution of the her contribution of training the recommendation engines for her own preferences. For example, that after you initial setting up, you have now improved your uh, uh, recommended products through 200 votings, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then also she can see that um, maybe during a year, how much percentage of the contribution among all the contributors she have done. Maybe there is 10,000 users who have been rating actively and inactively, and Yulia among all, give a 200 votings, so she contributed 1% of improving this accuracy of the recommendation. Should additional information be added here or elsewhere in the system? So I thought it's important throughout the whole experience to explain the usage of gathered data across the system,
Mm-hmm.
especially I think in European market that consumer are having much higher awareness of personal data in order
Right.
to in order to reduce their um, uh, concerns of how the data is used, then company need to explain it transparently
Mm-hmm.
because it is a trade-off. Only when we have the data, then we can
Mm-hmm.
leverage this progressive technology.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I think that's very important. Then overall report of increased community contribution of the recommendation engines. We also educate. In a way, it serves as education way, so as an ordinary user, they understand what does it mean here by these recommendation stuff, and maybe over the report could be in last month we have 10,000 users have contributed to improve our recommendation engine, something like that. So you wouldn't fear that, oh, I'm not going to use it, it's spying on me. So you
Mm-hmm.
actually see that this is a whole community's effort.
Right.
Then the third card, what actions are available for user? Are they clear? Yes. Currently, a user can add a product to the chart or add it to the favorite. If a user believes your system's prediction is wrong, what can they do? Either they can rate the recommendations, as explained earlier,
Mm-hmm.
and continue to explore, to report why it's not accurate, or they can just ignore it, like most of people probably will
Mm-hmm.
do.
Yes.
If a user is unhappy with this decision, what are they likely to do first? So, well, they will first ignore the recommended result, and then, uh, based on current setting, they will ignore the result, and then they won't trust these recommendations. And for sure, for these kind of things, people
Mm-hmm.
like to inform their friends.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Cool. Very nice. I really like the idea of the community part, and also letting users know what their impact is in the recommendation system.
Mm.
Cool. Very nice.
Yeah, I thought that it's important to explain the value for individual level, that
Mm-hmm.
you are improving the accuracy of
Mm-hmm.
your own recommendation,
Mm-hmm.
yet inform the value in societal side or like community
Mm-hmm.
scale. And
Mm-hmm.
so it gives more reason to encourage people to trust these kind of solutions.
Right. Very good. And how do you envision the impact of this recommendation could be described? Like, in which sense do you think, like, um, how this information could be displayed in a meaningful way for me, for example, or for anybody as a user who gets this information, how my recommendations helped other users?
I think I have given few examples. One would be that you see how much how much interaction, the amount of interaction you have rated for the accuracy will telling you that how
Right.
much recommendation, your own recommendation is improved.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, is a report, a very small, tiny, uh, like a data byte to telling you that how much you've contributed
Mm-hmm.
among all the communities, maybe
Right.
small percent, but you also know there are so many others are doing the same thing as you are.
Okay. Cool. Very interesting. Okay. I think the proposition is very interesting. I think there is value in there. It builds a sense of community. Now, I also believe that it's important to take into account like the human aspect of it, so that it's not just like, technology oriented, like, okay, your feedback helped increase our machine, you know,
Mm,
but rather like in the direction of like your feedback helped, I don't know, this amount of users, um,
right, who can see more related per
yeah, like save time, this amount of time
right.
in their day, or find or buy more sustainable products, or
Mhm.
reduce their calorie consumption, something like that.
Mm,
Which is,
I
it's
love it.
also, yeah, it's also technology related, but I think it's like more human, and then we start building more like an emotional connection with it, and know that there is like, there is a purpose to help other humans with this.
Yes,
But I
yes.
really like the idea of the
Mhm.
community. I think that's very, it's interesting to explore that.
Mm,
I was thinking that would be interesting to me if I was in the 1%. That's such a small, group out of 100 that I then, if I didn't like something and I'm in the 1% who didn't like what else they didn't like, maybe they dislike similar things and like
Hmm.
similar things. That's so, other people
Right.
didn't like this. I might
Very
I mean,
good.
maybe trust it more because they in the
Yeah.
1%.
mm.
That's a very good point. A very good one, because I think all of us have experienced that. Like, I don't know, you are ordering food and you're looking for a good supermarket, and then you look at the reviews and people are like, yeah, awesome pizza, it's great, they're awesome. And then you order the pizza and then you're like, oh my God, what do people like on this? It has
Yes.
happened to me, yeah. And then I'm like, oh my God, yeah. And also, booking hotels to go on holidays, you look at the reviews, it's inevitable, but we all have different standards, so we don't really know like what people consider as good. So sometimes, of
Yes.
course, they add a description, but still. So in that respect, I think there is value in knowing who, like, a little bit more information of who is the evaluator in average, like who are these people, that so that we know, okay, given this background with, like, anonymously, given this information about these users, do I rely on what they are saying? I
Mm,
think that could be very useful. What do you
Mm,
think about that?
yes. Well, that you can make a decision. I think that's the main thing that
Right.
put in a one bucket. That because everybody's liking this, you should also think the same way. I can choose. That do I want to be with the 99% or the one
Right.
percent?
Yes, yes.
I'm also thinking, based on your comment, that mm, the like and dislike was invented by Facebook, right? So that is purely
Yeah.
opinion voting,
Hmm.
subjective expression. But maybe for this AI technology, we're looking for accuracy, that maybe the solution is not like or dislike, because there is different pattern embedded into like or dislike. Maybe it's more of a correct or incorrect, or accurate or not accurate, wrong. Something like it, maybe it's a new pattern we need to build in for we human to be able to understand, okay, what's the level of interaction,
Hmm.
or what level of control impact we can give to these AI technologies.
Hmm.
You mean a lot of emotional design could be. I feel it. I don't feel it. Or that it's kind
Yeah,
of connecting
yeah,
to. Does
it
it
could
give
be
something to me emotionally?
exactly like, yeah, mm,
Hmm.
Maybe not, but yeah.
related, non-related, something that distinguishable from just a known pattern of like or dislike. But
Hmm.
another pattern that people know, it's about this AI system, this
Yeah.
how well they are working.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if we know, for example, that users who are rating or evaluating let's say a sustainable product that okay, let's say 40% of, or that, yeah, an example, 40% of users who rated this buy sustainability products at least 3 times per week, sustainable products, so that that they have a criteria to rate these products. Because
Mm.
otherwise you will be like, okay, they say this is good, but how much do they know about sustainable products?
Mm.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's the point.
It's
Yep.
also just a certain. I think there are people who probably are more eager to write and write more often than people who never
Right.
maybe write. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so how to know what the other people were thinking? It might
Mm-hmm.
be more related to my kind of
Yes.
what I'm looking for. Mm.
Yeah. But there again is very important, because I could have a product that has, let's say, 3,000 raters or reviewers, and then a product that only has 10. But if that product of these 10 reviewers are people who are real buyers of that product, like buy this product more frequently than the 3,000, yeah, you follow me,
Mm.
then I think
Mm-hmm.
they would have more criteria to say this is a good product. Yeah,
Mm.
in that respect, I would choose then the 15 instead of the
Yeah.
3,000. But then that's again transparency, letting users know more information on why certain products are being reviewed in certain way or being recommended. Like, what is the background of this recommendation that goes beyond your shopping patterns. So, and especially when the companies don't have data about you, but are
Mm-hmm.
about their shoppers. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then we can move on to the next one, tracking products.
Yes. Where am I? Oop. Okay. Right. So I focus on the same thing that you have your digital shopping cart that doesn't recognize the product added, and there's a happy shopper image. You're full on your plan. You're there to do something. I actually kind of use the example that you're there buying birthday cake candles. It's important to me to get it party starting. Um, so maybe I'm a new or regular. It's not maybe valid at this point, but I'm a customer entering the shop, and I'm there to do my planned shopping. The birthday cake candles, maybe something else too, and have a smooth and delightful experience. Keep that spirit up as in the picture, smiling or up for the trip. And then I'd like to put my selected candles to the basket and just move on to the couple other things, maybe drinks or something. Now, I think what to do next is this is I think definitely iffy spot. I recognize myself when something goes wrong that I'm there a little bit thinking, what should I do next? And I'm thinking you either get stuck really and don't know what to do. You might just make a decision that maybe I try another. Okay, these candles I like more, but since it's not working, I try the other candle. So you go for another product. That would be amazing if it's there available. Then you might look for an alternative way to scan the product because I really like these candles. I want these candles. Or maybe I just go, screw it. It's your fault, shop. It doesn't work. So I'm just going to take them for free. And happy shopping continues. But, that's of course not ethically correct. Um, but, saying that, it's a possibility people might just think that it's not my fault. So, why should I suffer here?
Yeah.
Okay, then what key info provide? Well, so the digital shopping cart just doesn't show the product in the list. That's what I put. At least that's my way of knowing that it just didn't work. Now maybe there's another notification or error provided that just realized. Like we were talking about, maybe wearables
Mm-hmm.
even could be used here to just make me realize that it didn't work. Maybe there's instructions how I could solve the problem, so it's really easy for me to understand what to do next, and then of course give feedback after somehow. Maybe the thumb up and down, down thumb at this point would be a
Mm-hmm.
very easy way to say this not working. I think the notification during the supermarket experience, that was definitely interesting from Carolina. I think that would, this is definitely where
Mm-hmm.
it's good point that it's definitely a real shame if I go all the way to exits, then well, exit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I even go to
That's true.
home and I realize that I didn't pay for it. Then what do I
Mm.
do? Do I just keep it, or, you know?
Yeah.
And then the supermarket, it's of course very key to have notifications that there's failure in the system. Maybe like 100
Mm-hmm.
packets of candles disappeared. We know that there's a failure. Then what to do next? Like how do we fix this?
Yeah.
So this way, some way of really like being able to see failures happening without having to rely on people giving feedback
Yeah.
voluntarily, and then also being able to follow up and tell about that how you're planning to improve and improving the system also to
Right.
guarantee a better experience next time. And then user access, well, yeah, so I might be I just put the same things. I'm not gonna read it again. I think the actions are that you might be stuck, or you might think of an alternative way to do it. And of course the yes, I would be definitely a bit unhappy if I, well, I don't know, if I decided to just to walk out with the candles, I might tell my friends and family that, hey, I got the candles for free.
Aye,
maybe, maybe that's one way. Or then if
Mm.
I try to solve the problem and I'm late from for the party, then I'll definitely make an explanation that the system didn't work and I had to solve,
Right.
and
Yes.
it'll influence other people too. So that was how far I got with the thinking. But there's definitely very many perspectives, I think, in this what failure or error might cause, and what's the next action in the
Right.
user's head, as well as then what's the cause for the supermarket. Do they not return, or they just
Mm-hmm.
think like, hey, I get shopping for free here,
Mm-hmm.
so I'll go again.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah.
Absolutely. Actually, this is a very good point because if there is a failure and supermarkets have big losses,
Mm.
it's more their failure. But I really
Yes.
like very much this part of following up with users, especially when a product is in a beta version, and communicating them, letting them know how the supermarket is planning to improve the experience,
Mm.
making it more personal and kind of improvement oriented, so that customers feel okay. They really want to give me a superior experience while doing this shopping. I think that's very valuable to do it very, very personal and very, I don't know, humane, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, when Yulia, you're presenting the idea, then I thought about this kind of autonomous shopping experience. Really need from very beginning of the concept design. At least I think we didn't cover that aspects. This situational awareness from the shop side.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, if the case really happened, birthday candle cannot be scanned, we won't discover it after 1 month. 10,000 birthday candle have sold.
Right.
It should be a constant, immediate situational awareness, and
Mm.
then alert from the system. The shopper itself is not scanning the goods, but they have overall overview of the inventory flow, inflow, and output. If
Mm-hmm.
there is an image, then the alert should immediately happen for the shoppers, and
Mm-hmm.
then they can track down what went wrong. So I think as an end customer, we should ensure a good experience. That it's okay, they get it for free, right? It's not
Mm.
their fault, but from shop point of view, that they should recognize this error really fast. So
Mm-hmm.
that's require really a end-to-end data integration from
Mm-hmm.
the from the
Mm-hmm.
initial supply chain, inventory, warehouse to
Mm-hmm.
the shelf, and then to the checkout,
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because
return.
I'm thinking of in a case like if you do go home and then realize that, oh, I didn't pay for it somehow, it
Mm-hmm.
just isn't showing us receipt, then you like left in this sort of ethical environment.
Right.
I'm not really a thief, but now I've stolen,
Mm,
and that would
That's a
give
good
me a bit of
point.
a, yeah.
mm,
Yeah. That's a good point. What is the impact of exposing users to these unwanted experiences?
Mm.
Yeah, this
Mm.
is a very important one.
Yeah, maybe even be more proactive to inform user that we notice we had error issue,
Right.
and then this caused this inconvenience. We're sorry for that, but for now this it's covered from shop side, something like that.
Oh yeah.
Right. I like that as well. Yeah.
For example, in Finland, at least when you have a wrong price tag signed for a product, if you notice that, then the shop will sell you based on the given price.
Okay.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
very good.
I've
Oh
encountered.
yeah, yeah. It
Yeah,
when Sarah opened here, I got it in the Spanish prices some like clothing because they haven't they have forgot to change the price, so it was super cheap. Like, but
yeah,
you
I had the
still,
same
yeah.
thing. I had the same thing with the supermarket that they had a wrong price printed in their brochure. So when there, I noticed the real price in the shelf is different than in the brochure, and then
Oh,
they given me based on the brochure price, which is much cheaper.
good. Very good.
So I think in that way that shop will obligated to take that risk to ensure the
Mm-hmm.
customer experience, but yet customer will be informed
Mm-hmm.
that they won't come to the ethical situation usually upon it.
Yes, and it's yeah, it's not your, fault. It's
Right.
in our
Mm.
system. Or yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's very interesting. Definitely a good, an interesting way, valuable way to approach this, to be proactive on this. Okay, good. So now we will do this final part before we go into a break.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is once we have understood the level of explanation and the kind of explanation we would like to have while going through each one of these critical moments interacting with the AI, we will now draft an explanation strategy. So we will rewrite these explanations that we have already identified in a way that we think is meaningful given the context. So there are also some patterns on this. Oh, I didn't include it here. Sorry about that. But you can access it in the website of this guideline. And the summary is here. So essentially is how do I explain my AI to users? And first of all is to optimize for understanding and not for completeness. So here an example is that this is most likely that a sword plant because of its dark green color and pointy shape. So this is based on an app to identify plants in a forest. So the idea is that do not focus on providing a lot of details on why this is this recommendation given, but rather on helping people understand what the recommendation is about. Then the other pattern is determine how to show model confidence. So you can, depending on the use case, you can select different ways of providing confidence to users. One way is to show percentage. So for example, 87% confidence this is a sword plant. Or you can use words like this is most likely a wand plant, whisk plant, or butter plant. So it could be any of this, right? But you provide the user with this kind of information, the some idea of what is the level of confidence. We will discuss trust later on so that they trust this or not, but we're now focusing on explanation, explaining things, how you would like to explain things based on the type of users you're addressing. So normally, people who come from the banking or accounting sector would be more comfortable getting percentages, but then other users may even misunderstand if you provide them percentage. So then the second version will be more valuable, so that they take their own decision on what they think that that plant is. And the other pattern is go beyond in the moment explanation. So here they provide an example. Our system is trained by humans looking at thousands of pictures of common houseplants and labeling them by their type, color, and shape. The system uses this data to make statistical inferences, good guesses, to identify the plant you see. So you see, they are not providing much technical information, but they are trying to explain in more detail why they provide this recommendation or they came to this conclusion. Normally, these are explanations that are provided in to learn more or in an information section if someone wants to know more about it. So we're going to do something in this direction. So we're going to focus on this critical moment. So for example, we are here into starting the shopping experience, and we will provide some answers in respect to these points here in the moment explanation. So what are the explanations that we would like to provide users um, specifically for that critical moment? So for in this case, when users open the app, they have their code and there is some explanation, then they go and scan their barcode. So what is that information that they will see firsthand when they're interacting with the app? That is in the moment explanation. And then explanations elsewhere in the product are these detailed, longer explanations that you provide users somewhere else. So for this case, the idea, if you would like to draft some paragraph or something, feel free to do that. But alternatively, you can just write what you would include in that explanation, what information you think should be added there, or how the data was collected, who provided this information, how it was reviewed, or things like that that you think could be relevant for users to better understand how this recommendation was provided. And then explanations outside the product. So these are explanations that you may encounter, for example, in a brochure, you can encounter on a website, or that a human can tell you in the supermarket. So it's more like a systems-wise understanding of this. So it's like you have different touch points, and then you go beyond the application itself to provide an explanation. Okay, so let's dedicate some 10 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. So yeah, so the idea now is that we do this last part before we go to the lunch break. Um, so actually, I started it, and it actually helped me to kind of better organize my thoughts around it. So maybe I will wait until Caroline is back to. Okay,
Okay.
okay, perfect. So I was just about to explain a little bit how I started this part of the exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So we are now in the part of the section explanation strategy. So the idea here is that we kind of start envisioning how we want to explain key things to users. We're going to do this like for 10 minutes or so before we go into the lunch break. And how I started this was to actually going through the different responses we had, and then I started copying these sticky notes, for example, to understand what is the goal of the user, what is the state, the emotional state of users they want to quickly enter the shop, so that I know in which way I would like to explain things, if very shortly or in the form of a call to action. And then, yeah, if they know what to do next and how they know that, and then what other information could be provided. These two parts, like what information is already existing and then what could be provided, and then what they can do if something goes wrong. So these different things gave me some ideas into what kind of explanation. So I selected two. One is to please scan your barcode to start SmartKet experience. This is one. And the other is we help you find where your product is located. So I focus on these two, although you can also select other explanations like what to do if something goes wrong. So, and then based on that, we draft the rest of the things like further explanation elsewhere in the product, more detailed and outside the product. So, I hope this can help you to complete this. Do you have any question at the moment?
I think the here like a explanation elsewhere in the product would be that look at these five critical moments. Which other moments could use the explanation? Is that
Yeah, also that could be also an idea. So instead of writing a paragraph on what you would describe, maybe we could provide here ideas on where we could put that, in what part of the user journey, in this case, as you were mentioning, this critical moment. If it's in a menu, in which section of the menu, and what information you would provide. So it's more like key points. If you want to provide a more elaborate explanation, what you would include there and where you would provide it, where users could find it, like in how would that section would be called, and outside the product, likewise, like what other touch point would you integrate in this experience so that users can find relevant information.
yeah?
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So let's do this in 10 minutes and then we can wrap up.
Mhm.
All right, perfect. Um, was this enough, or do you need some more time?
I'd like a little bit more time.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, so like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let's go. How the barcode makes the shopping experience faster and more efficient. Then explanations outside the product would include the staff providing assistance, the website, and displays in the supermarket, digital displays that can help users get more information if they need to. And the other explanation is we help you find where your product is located. And then elsewhere in the product, an onboarding section on how the map and the AR guide helps users find their products, including examples and videos so that they can feel more confident on how to use it and that they use also the feature. And something similar around explanation outside the product, so the staff, the website, and the displays. Okay, so do you have any comments or thoughts around this? Okay, so if it's not the case, then we can move on directly to recommendations.
Okay. I didn't go wide. I just went, I focus on one explanation. Um, so in this moment, when user sees a product, then the explanation would be this product seems to match with your sustainability preference and purchase history. That's it, one sentence. Because we are aiming for the showing the level of confidence and not and more of engaging with understanding, less about completeness. But if user want to know or see what are the settings, their preference setting, maybe now Yago feels surprised why I'm seeing this based on my sustainability preference. What was my sustainability preference? By the way, we also learned that for these kind of recommendation engines, once people setting up an initial filter, it's very unlikely that they go to change it, although the behavior may change, but the initial setting remains the same. So these also provide a level of engagement for them to update the preferences. Or if they want to see, okay, what is my purchase history, they can click into the see more.
Mm-hmm.
And then explain elsewhere. Clearly, we need a more deeper explanation if user coming to the preference setting. So in there, we want to tell that choose your product's preference to get relevant product recommendations. So we're not talking about the recommendation engine and everything, but just to tell this action occurs what result from user point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, new discount special seasonal selections or new selections, etc. And then there could be a small icon or a small hyperlink text to see an example.
Mm-hmm.
So then if they want to see an example, then they can see, for example, setting local products as your preference, you will get recommendations for new local products or discount available in the shop.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is about purchase history page. So once they get in, they see the different purchase list, of course, but then they also see that your purchase history help us to recommend the relevant products for your enjoyment. Same concept that more of what help user to achieve. And then, but still, because it's coming to the data and information side, I think there will people who are skeptical, wondering how exactly you are using my data, can I retrieve my data, etc. So we can have this tell me more, and there then they say have the explanation. Your purchase information empowers the recommendation choose choices that give options based on your preferences. So something that's still user understandable sentence. And then we have a FAQ sentence for people who really want to dive deep then how my purchase data is used in product recommendations. So that's more technical level. FAQ will reserve for more technical explanation. Explanation outside of the product or outside of the journey. One is the marketing. I wrote it pretty broadly, ran out of time. So marketing could be shop for the products you desire. So it's emphasize on outcome with embedding a recommendation. Uh, these can be in the all different materials in the video, in their website or in their brochures. Then in the website, in the store concept, because it's a whole thing, it's relatively new. Then it should be embedded in the concept story to tell how is your personalized experience happened here, utilizing the recommended products. And also in the branding, I think one of the branding value is that we're forming a SmartKet community, like mentioned earlier, that everyone in this group have a sense of um, not per se the responsibility, but feel the proudness to contribute to help accuracy of both personal recommended products as well as a community helping others to find more relevant products. So how is that then tell the story in the branding value? I think that will enhance the user understanding for these AI solutions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you very much. I like very much this part of the branding and the marketing to merging the two and embedding these AI functionalities as part of an enhanced experience for users. And yeah, I think yeah, people in marketing I think are adapting their strategies, but this needs to be clear. This I think it's good to let users know uh, as part of the marketing that this is a superior experience. So I like that very much.
I think that the community and the brand of it, well, like the one definition of brand is that it's a tribe you feel like you belong. So, like for example, in London, I really liked shopping at Whole Foods, and I really trusted then like the things I would find there. I would try new things also because I knew that they were ethically sourced, and
Mm-hmm.
like I trust. So it will also having that will also make me feel that I trust to try new things, not just the
Right.
ones that I always desire. There's
Mm-hmm.
always some, new things introduced.
That's true. Yeah. To build kind of familiarity embedded into things that people already use. That is not completely a new thing, but rather, an extension of what they already use or the brands that they already use. Hmm. Okay, good. So then we move on to tracking products.
So I realized that it was actually it became a story because I started thinking the positive side of it, and then I remembered that we were thinking of the errors and failures here. Anyway, uh, I think one thing or two things I recognize is that it's important for me to, before I start the whole shopping experience and scanning the products, I should have like set expectations that I know that I will be given some sort of notification or something when I enter things in the basket. And maybe what there could be is maybe like a test scan or onboarding experience that I know what to expect. So then there's no surprises to me like during the experience, but also then I may be more likely to realize that something didn't go right, like a product didn't scan and appear in my digital basket. This could of course be anywhere in the shop, like Caroline was talking about the whole doors opening, that maybe even in the doors or ceiling or where you will see that, be reminded of the how the experience works and how where you can go and do your test run if you've forgotten or haven't tried it before. And then, I was thinking that the message is that it would be nice that it was a sequence. So if your scan fails to appear in a digital basket, maybe it's something like quite a friendly voice, now that didn't work, or, rather than failure. So, it's something. And then suggesting something else you can do, that, try again or test other similar products. Now that I think would be a very fast thing. But on the other hand, if you're saying something like product doesn't show up for some reason, this will help you to in few simple steps. This will help you to do it right. That requires you more things to do. So I think you could A/B test or test few different kind of ways and see what people are willing to do to sort their product and get it in the basket. But then I think the really key is that first you get this, that didn't work, or, it's something calm and nice, what to do. And then when you get it done, it's like, yeah, nice one, good one, now it's added. And then you can add something valuable, uplift into that, hey, maybe you want to try other recommended products similar to this, or but people bought when they bought this. Or maybe something like, hey, a few more things and you get like some cash point. Like there's all these value cards here. I'm sure in every country, actually, I remember there's always this sort of loyalty cards. So we can like uplift the not so good experience into something to look forward to.
Very nice. Very nice. Good. So yeah, sorry. Do you have any comments or questions around this?
We're thinking food.
Yes, I think so.
It's been a pleasure to follow up the conversations. I'm alone at home with kids, so that's why it's been tricky to participate. But I've been listening all the time, so I'm pretty convinced on this approach on digging deeper and digging pretty deep on this, for example, recommendation part, and I think it really works on ideating the opportunity.
Yeah, no worries. We understand, and it's really nice to have you here from time to time. Whenever you have 1 or 2 minutes available, you can jump in and follow up. And yeah, setting the right expectation is really good. I really like that part to, onboarding in AI, it's crucial, but there is so much to onboard. So I think it would be also important to like kind of do it progressively. And as you said, also, Julia, to make it always available for users. So whenever, if they miss something and they really want to go through it again, do the test run again, so they have it at hand. So have this onboarding always available is good. Good. So perfect. That was this part. The following sections are more straightforward and are more group discussions. We can now make make a break. I was thinking of something of 1 hour. What do you think about that?
I'm also alone at home, so I could just use half-hour lunch break.
So here in AI onboarding, we consider the system in respect to a human performing the same tasks. So we will work through a series of topics as they always present, and then we will reflect on this based on the exercise or the case that we have in SmartKet. So they say here some creativity is needed. We are designing this without a real product or a reference that we can have that to improve the onboarding, but we will just design it as we believe would work best. So the instructions are that we will work through this set of questions regarding the strengths, the weaknesses, and the weirdness of AI. I always needed some time. I also needed some time to understand what they meant with this weirdness, but I think this was a term that they found to kind of make it easy to understand to people when AI doesn't really work or when it provides recommendations that are not as users expected. So in other words, when there are errors in the system. So, and again, we will frame the answers in respect to human mental models. So we don't have a persona right now, but as I said, we just try to be kind of open-minded in this respect, and we do it as we think a person would behave or would expect in a supermarket. So there are some patterns. Here you can access it for this part. How do I onboard users with AI features, with new AI features? So a summary of these patterns is the following. First, explain the benefit and not the technology. So sometimes we may be very excited into, the technicalities of how AI works and what are the capabilities, but it's really not needed because, well, first of all, most people are not that informed on how the technology behind AI works. And second, it's really not that interesting for a user in their journey. So if we want to facilitate their journey, then we should focus on what they benefit, how they benefit from using this. Then the next thing is to anchor on familiarity. So that's why it's important to consider in the interviews when we are starting the project and the research, understand what is the level of familiarity of users with AI products of this nature or in different products use cases, and also what is their mental model when they go shopping. What do they expect will happen? How do they expect people will interact with them? What information do um, they expect will be provided to them? So we need to anchor on this familiarity and also on the wording that users normally employ when they're interacting with certain products. Then the next pattern is to make it safe to explore. So to let users test drive, as you were mentioning before, Julia, we were discussing on this throughout the morning. Mentioning onboarding is very important, and to let users test safely before they actually go and do the shopping and pay and insert their credit card or debit cards into this application, so that they can, yeah, have reversible actions in the app. And finally, automating phases. I think we discussed that in the previous workshop to progressively increase automation under user guidance so that users feel under control and also not overwhelmed of all the automation that is being presented to them in the application. So here they provide some examples of how this may look like. So here they say that the exercise helps to frame the features in terms of human mental models. Onboarding is a process of teaching users how to partner with an AI rather than simply presenting AI information. So it's actually very important to highlight this because it's about it's imagining a technology helping a user accomplish something, but actually working with the user to accomplish things. So here they show this conversation, sample conversation of a user. What's the best way to partner with you? And then the bot says, I can help you with, underline, but sometimes I struggle with, underline. So it's important to let users know what they're good at, what is AI good at, and what they struggle with, so that they can, gauge or better understand what is to which extent they can trust this, and also how they can use the application. So in the activity again, we will create product onboarding in 4 areas. So the expected benefits, the strengths and weaknesses, and the AI weirdness or errors, and tips for users. So here we're gonna work in group. The first part is, first question is, in what way is the AI in your product intended to benefit the user? We're now gonna discuss the expected benefits. So it's good to have a review of what we are designing, right? Because it's actually a product that we haven't used, none of us, but and that actually is not that evident in the market. But we have the concept, we have the idea. It's essentially a mobile app that will be paired with sensors in a supermarket to help track users' behavior in the supermarket. And in this way, organizations will know where users stop, what they shop, in which frequency, what labels they like, which times of the day. So companies will gather all this information. This is from the business point of view. Now, from the user's point of view, having such an application can help them save time because they can enter the supermarket quickly and exit also very quickly. It can also, well, I don't want to tell because I also don't want to bias you on your answers, but now the idea is that we describe this application on how we think such an automatized and augmented um, intelligence application can help users to find what they're looking for. So essentially, when you go to the supermarket, you want to get your product, you want to get what you want and when you want it and exit. So we're going to do this exercise for 5 minutes. The first question is, in what way the AI in your product is intended to benefit the user? They provide some examples here, so we can add as many adjectives as we like. And which human weaknesses, if any, it is intended to address. So again, we put ourselves in the kind of the place of the user, imagining you interacting with this application, and then what weaknesses of humans this such an application can help counteract. So if this is clear, then we can start. We can dedicate 5 minutes for this, and then we wrap up. Let's go for it. Okay, good. So we then continue into expected benefits in this same section of onboarding regarding expected benefits. So the next question is, when users are relying on another human for this task, that means going shopping and finding the products they want in a supermarket, what qualities do they care about when evaluating the human on a similar task? We provide here an example. If looking for book recommendations, what would the user expect another person to consider when recommending books? So here the idea is I pasted the different critical moments: onboarding, starting the shopping experience, recommendations, tracking products, purchase completion. So across these different steps, there may be recommendations. However, we will focus mostly on recommending products in the shop. So the idea here is that we reflect a little bit on what qualities, what things do we expect a human take into account when recommending a product? If you were to ask staff in a supermarket and you are asking for a certain product, what do you think a human will take into account to recommend you something in a supermarket? That's the question. So again, let's be very creative around this. It's just an ideation session, and here I wrote. I'm not sure if you're familiar with labels on Miro. So essentially, you grab a sticky note, you place it, and then you click here. It's called Add Tag, and then there you can insert a critical moment if you would like to. Yeah, I just did it to kind of specify the critical moment, but you don't have to. Yeah. So you just press here Add Tag, and then you insert the text, and then you click Create, and then it's added. And if it's already available, you can just select it. And if not, you can also unselect it. Okay, so if this is clear, we can then also spend 5 minutes on this, and then we move on to the next one. All right, perfect. So now we move on to the strengths and weaknesses. And here we have two questions. The first one is, where does your model perform well relative to the human criteria you just described? So, and where does it struggle? So the idea is that we look at these different criteria we identified here, and then we select those that we think a model, a machine could perform well in respect to humans doing it, and where it struggles. So now it's kind of like copying what we did here and then dividing it into these two sections, where it does well and where it struggles. Okay, so let's spend 5 minutes doing this. So Control D to duplicate so that you know. Okay, so it seems that we are done with that one. So I will stop it. Okay, great. So now the idea is that we go into kind of extreme case. So now the idea is that we consider special cases or edge cases for someone to expect a human to be able to handle for this particular case. So what special cases would be handled best by a human? So they provide here an example. When people give each other driving directions, they know to avoid roads under construction, steep hills, and bizarre traffic patterns. So I know that this part may be a bit tricky. It may require us think a little bit deeper into this, but it's just to think a little bit what are special cases that would someone expect a human to be able to handle, cases that would require more kind of complex thinking in the sense of considering different criteria to be able to provide recommendation to people. So yeah, let's spend 5 minutes on this and see what we come up with. Okay, good. So it seems that we only need 4 minutes or so.
Can I comment on the example here?
Sorry?
Can I comment on the example here? The people giving directions.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Sure.
No, I was just thinking that the example here, I find it slightly maybe odd is the right word,
Mm,
because for example, couple of weeks ago, for the first time, we were able to meet with our work tribe, like face to face, because the corona restrictions ended. And one chat I had was exactly this, that now it was a new place where we went to. Nobody knew where it was really, but we
mm-hmm,
all got there because of Google Maps without
mm-hmm,
having to give any instructions. And I find that this is where the AI is very strong, is the
mm-hmm,
actually giving me directions, so I don't need to ask people anymore who might sometimes get me lost, more lost, you know.
mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Although I don't know if you may have encountered experiences in which Google Maps tells you a path and then doesn't exist anymore, or it's
All
actually
right.
blocked. Yeah, like because yeah, some locations change. So I don't know, it's a very strange thing. I don't know if you have experienced that sometimes you have lived things, but they were so rare that it feels as if you didn't really. But I think I have experienced that it suggests you like a path through um like backyards, like through houses, because it's a
Oh yeah.
shortcut. But sometimes people close these things and then it's no longer available. But still, in Google Maps, it shows as if it exists. But yeah, anyway, I agree with you in that part, nevertheless. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the next part is to classify this again into what the model performs well in this special case, as described, and where it struggles. So something very similar to what we did before. Just duplicate these and then divide it into these two sections. So it seems that we complete these tasks like in 4 minutes or so. So I will set 4 minutes and then we see. Okay. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, the last two parts are a little bit tricky, I must say, but still fine. So here the idea is to, well, we continue in strengths and weaknesses. And now we need to consider what are cases that are out of scope for an AI model that a user might expect to from a human. So here they provide a template on how to start such a thinking process. So you might expect other humans to be able to handle this, but the model, so and so. So something that a user might expect from a human to do, but the model is not really handling it. So, for example, they say that the model was not trained on particular kinds of data, so there are no expectations of performance in those cases. They provide an example. The book recommender never read books from before 1900, so don't expect classics in your recommendation set. So since this is a product that is not really existent yet, we don't have a concept about it. Here we will have to kind of construct these things. So let's just write down things that a model may not function well given the fact that it may not have the data available. So what kind of things may such a project or a product be limited in case certain data is not available? Let's think this way. And or you can also consider things that a human may be able to handle, but that you know that an AI model will not be able to provide. Let's dedicate some time on this, and then we see if, what we come up with. Good. Don't worry if if this part was a little bit tricky. Again, the idea is that we get familiar with this tool. So the last part for the synthesis in this section is the weirdness of AI. So the question is, in what ways does the model behave weirdly or differently from human ways of thinking? In other words, how is the AI brain different from the human brain? And the template text that it's provided here says, you might think that the model, but it may appear to act strangely by, this is because so and so. And the example they provide is the story writing model sometimes changes the main character's name part way through the story. This is because the model learned from paragraph long snippets, so it hasn't seen plot lines with the longer term dependencies. So yeah, this may be the case, for example, if a product may have different labels or different names, and it may be the case that the model does not provide all the recommendations to it if it does not detect it as the same product, or it may label it differently or even present a name that the user does not recognize if it is not properly labeled. Just the idea here is just to think where we could see some errors or some weirdness or strange ways in which the data or any information is depicted in the application. Okay, let's try this.
That's actually linked with positive false and negative false, right?
Right, yes. So now the idea is to put together all this information that we have collected and synthesize it into critical information. So they say that we can use this information as input for onboarding screens that we can insert at the beginning of the product journey or in specific critical moments to inform the user on what the application is actually capable of doing. Here, there are some examples, but before I show you the examples, I would like to present you this, which is how we are supposed to treat this tool. We use, for example, the expected benefits. And here Google provides a template where we can insert these different ideas that we collected initially. So they say the model can, and then you add here the product features as we have described, so recommendations, automated product tracking, etc. In this case, it's a product for a prostate cancer AI. So the model can help you catch cancer that you missed and can help you grade cancer severity in a way that is more consistent with subspecialist experts. So if you compare this example with the next board or the next frame, sorry, you see that here is very simple. This is a product or feature, and it can help you buy this, this, and that. So these are the main benefits. Yeah, and then in strengths and limitation, they say, well, the template says it's really great at, then special cases the model can handle, but it may struggle on, then in special cases the model doesn't handle yet. And then it says it is unable to out of scope areas, as we have mentioned before. So the idea now is that we put together these different things, or at least the most relevant ones, that may be added to a card or to an onboarding section or some kind of informational section for users to know what the application can do and cannot do. So in this way, they can start kind of gauging how good or kind of controlling or assessing what is the scope of effectiveness of this application. And then in AI weirdness, it says it may sometimes appear to act strangely by, and then the weirdness that we noted. And this is because, and then we explain why it is weird. It could be because it doesn't have the data. It could be because the model is not well labeled or is still in process. There are not enough users, etc. It's just a matter to explain users why some things may not be available. And finally, tips for users. Given these strengths and limitations, a good way of partnering with a model would be to rely on it more for and the model's strengths areas, but rely on your own best judgment for and then users' strengths areas. So what a human could do. So to complete this task, I would suggest that we select one of these, each of us, and then we go into the things we brainstorm together, and then we create a kind of one sentence for each of these. So you can duplicate the sticky notes, and then you create a sentence that can integrate the template that Google provides here with what we brainstormed. So I think this may take us 10 minutes or so. And yeah, do you have any questions on this?
Not for now. I need to doing it and doing by learning.
So we select once, one per.
Right. So yeah. So for example, you can select. Let's say you can write your name on top so that we know where you are,
Okay.
or just mention it, like you choose expected benefits or something like that. Okay. Perfect. So let's take 10 minutes, and if we need some more time, then I will extend it. how was this exercise? How did you find this last one?
I think it's okay in the sense that I pretty much just stuffed information in. I also find that because we did pretty much just an individual fill in the post-it note, there was
Mm-hmm.
no discussion to really clarify what we meant from the post-it note.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't further than a grouping of the ideas. So I felt when I'm writing out the sentence, I'm just simply stack the information.
I
It
see.
isn't really having a deeper pattern discovery to carry
Mm-hmm.
out the sentence. Mm.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I was just for my studies listening a book that was exactly talking about this group brainstorming and the disadvantages of it. That it's really important to think alone, but in the same time, then you discuss after you think alone, you discuss as a group to
Right.
get.
Yes.
So
Yes.
definitely, I think I was missing that too. But just having thinking a bit more about this AI weirdness, I realized that it is an interesting perspective and really started to dig me more deep into like different kind of situations that
Mm-hmm.
where it would might feel strange. For example, I kind of started thinking about this: that what if it's Valentine's Day coming up, but I just broke up with my boyfriend? AI won't know that,
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
made me think of like, well, what if then, like, if what if I'm maybe I'm a girl that likes girls. Like, can it even like with start recommending me stuff that it's like normal, you know, girl boy kind of couple things that there's so much many levels in people that AI might not recognize and then make me feel a bit wrong or not. It's trying to motivate and inspire me, but in the end, it's actually not. It's more negative. Mm, yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I am sure that maybe if we would have had more time, we would have been able to discuss this. But I think, for the sake of understanding how the tool works, I think it was okay. Now, going specifically to this part here, how do you value this? To have like a card like this one that presents you with the expected benefits of a tool, then the strengths and limitations, and then the AI weirdness and tips for users. How do you see that? Do you think there is something else missing that could have been integrated into this part of strengths and weaknesses and how to address it? And yeah, how do you evaluate that? How valuable is something like this? I don't know if my question was a little bit.
Yeah, it was clear. I'm thinking that
Okay.
thinking clearly the benefit is clear that we got to summarize and revisit the boards that we write it out. Um, the expected, but over, like you said when you were hosting this, that some of the questions I find it's a bit weird. Like
Yeah, that's true.
um, just on top of my mind, it's not something constructive, just something I was looking for. I would like to, maybe dive deeper, identifying the edge cases,
Mm-hmm.
and then analyze the edge cases from human experience and computer experience more
Mm-hmm.
clearly linked for each edge
Yeah.
case. We sort of did that, right? We mapped out all the things and then put them what machine can do, what a human can do. But would be nice even to link for each edge case
Right.
that what are the machine can do, what are the human can do. So I think
Mm-hmm.
that will generate results more actionable, less of a
Mm.
principle
Mm-hmm.
level of the solution. Yeah, I'm
I
just
think that's really great point. Like I definitely love that it would be the human and the AI, because I felt that in the last questions I was only thinking about the human perspective, so I was just thinking what human can give and totally forgot about the AI. And the actual machine side of what it can give, or so it's a bit one-sided from just from the human service.
Yeah, and really stick with or like using the edge case as an anchor point to think through these limitation for human, limitation for machine. Because now I felt it's a bit the anchor point for me was the main use cases, but each use case has then the decision process and journey involved, and I think that part is kind of a bit missing.
I
Maybe having that
understand.
would help more on clarify
Mm-hmm.
the idea. Yeah.
I fully agree with you on that. I do know of a method that Google created in reference to this guideline. I
Mm,
just don't remember exactly where I found it, but I do know that they did that. It's called Triptych. So it's Triptych. So it's like a new way of designing products in which you create a very early prototype of the product. I mean, the concept of prototyping already exists, but it's the approach that Google uses is not to wait until you have done, for example, a workshop like this or an ideation phase on what you think a solution could be, but rather start with a prototype at the very beginning. Because right now we don't have any product, right? Right now, what we have, we are thinking on what could be and what we think and what we have experienced before. But what they suggest is to create a prototype of what the team thinks is the solution for the user and then go and test it and then evaluate. It's like a kind of a wizard of Oz, sorry, with the user to understand if it matches their mental models and what kind of problems pop up. So they combine different ethnographic techniques there. I know that they do panels, discussions, to get different kind of feedback. They do interviews and they also use these prototypes, early prototypes, to evaluate these different elements so that they can see if this is actually what the a user is expecting. So you can have a look at that, and if you don't find, let me know. I can share with you the link. Let me see. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly that. Yeah. So it's very valuable. They have a very nice video, I think on YouTube. They posted that. Very cool stuff.
excellent.
Okay. Mhm. Okay,
Wait,
so
wait, sorry. So is it? So it's basically very close to, well, design thinking, where you identify still like a problem, and then you just test very fast a lot of solutions, or or is it like even like skipping that one step from design thinking and just going straight to
yeah, so it's not really like a
prototypes?
skipping, it's like extending the design thinking approach.
Mm.
So it's really, I think, is a new way of designing digital products, what they are doing. Before you go into the design thinking, as we are doing now, it's a kind of design thinking what we're doing now, but it's a different one because we're addressing different issues. So the idea is that after we complete this workshop, we put together the insights that we gather. For example, a card like this that has information: what are the benefits of the AI, what are their strengths or weaknesses, the weirdness, and tips for users. So you get this information, then you start creating an ideation phase on how might we present this information to users, for example, or crazy eights or any other tool technique that you use. But the important thing is that we have already started an analytical process to understand what are human limitations, what are machine limitations, what the user expects from this, and so on, so that we can then present this already in an interface. So that's how design thinking gets then modified in the process. Yeah. So I found that really cool. When I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this is really disruptive innovation. But I think slowly it will get expanded and more people will start using it. Okay, so we need to move on to the next part, but nevertheless we are on time, we're on good time. So let me share my screen again. Unless you wanted to mention something else. Okay. Good. So we go now into trust calibration. So we have been mentioning already kind of feedback. We have been mentioning onboarding, and they definitely have to do with trust. But there is a section that is particularly on trust calibration, so that we start understanding how users behave while interacting with the application and what we can do to help calibrate that trust so that users do not get crazy while they're using the application or do not rely too much on it so that they do wrong things. So yeah, the goal is to help users calibrate their trust in your system by not under or over promising on what you can deliver. So we will identify the issues that impact the user trust in your system, in the system, and develop a plan for addressing too much or too little trust in the system. So again, there is a list of patterns that are related to this particular topic, and what we're going to do here is to list factors that may cause users to have too much or not enough or just the right amount of trust in the system. So the patterns in summary are these ones. We need to set the right expectations. We need to be transparent with the users about what your AI-powered product can and cannot do. And onboarding has a lot to do with that. At the very beginning, it's important to mention what the strengths and weaknesses of the application are. Then we need to be transparent about privacy and data settings. From initial onboarding through ongoing use, we need to continue to communicate about settings and permissions, and especially how to control sharing this data. And then add context from human sources so that users can appraise the recommendations with input from third-party sources. So this is what we were discussing previously, so that we know, who these humans behind these reviews or recommendations are. So it's important to let them know humans are behind this, and let users give feedback. Give users the opportunity for real-time teaching, feedback, and error correction. So I think we were discussing that previously as well, that we need to have, this thumbs up or down to indicate how relevant the recommendation is for users. So here is an example of how trust calibration happens. This goes in a continuum from not enough trust to too much trust, and then in between calibrated trust. There's where we need to target our application, our system. And they call these trust factors, and these are a series of behaviors that users have when they're interacting with an application or a recommendation. Here, an example, for example, not enough trust is when users waste time searching for additional information about an innocuous plant. This was this plant identification app. So if users are spending time Googling things and not really completing any task on the app or the application, it shows that the user is not trusting what we are showing them. Then too much trust is when users don't double check before feeding plant to their child, for example. They don't double check and they just trust it. Okay, fine. Then calibrated trust is when users keep away from a plant confidently identified as unsafe. So this is more or less, so you get an idea of if people just take decisions without thinking twice, or if they receive information, then they think about it, and then they take their decision if moving forward or not. So the idea is that we now kind of brainstorm a little bit what are possible actions that we think users could do if they have not enough trust in our application, if they have too much trust, or if they calibrate their trust. That's what we're going to do there. And then after we have that, we're going to create a plan for helping users calibrate their trust, what we can do so that they are in the right range of trust using the application. So let's dedicate 5 minutes on this, brainstorming what behavior, what actions by using SmartKet could lead to users having any of these kind of trusts. So let's spend 5 minutes on this, and then we catch up. Good. So, okay, so we could collect this information. So the idea is to essentially focus on the extremes, on the too little trust or too much trust. So now what we're going to do is work on a plan for help users calibrate their trust. So we're going to focus on these extremes. Here there is an example. Users waste time searching for additional information about an innocuous plant instead of actually relying on the recommendation given at the app. So the question here is, did this situation result in too much or too little trust? In this case, it was too little trust. How will you help people properly calibrate their trust in this moment? And the suggestion they provide is offer why we know this option and or social proof that lets communities verify safe plans. So this is the idea, that we now kind of duplicate this sticky note that we have from the exercise and then place it here. We can do this kind of three, one each of us, and then select if it's too much or too little trust, and then kind of ideate a way to help users calibrate their trust so that they go into the middle point that it's convenient for using this mobile app. Okay, so let's dedicate, I will start with some 5 minutes, and then if we need more time, then I will extend it.
So each of us will take care of three.
Um, we can do one each.
Or one each. Okay.
Yeah, and then if we are very excited, we can take more if we have time. Okay, perfect. So now let's briefly discuss this. Yeah, how did you find this task, and is there something that you discovered while doing this? So now let's exchange some thoughts around this.
I have to say my brain is not functioning that well after lunch. So I also think I pick a simple topic about the personal data. So it's a subject I've been quite familiar with. So to me, it's straightforward.
Mhm. Very good. So what do you think, Julia? Oh, we cannot hear you.
Ah, found my error. See, that's
Oh, yes.
evidence how my brain works.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
Okay. Well, it's trying to, pace up. Um, I kind of I picked up two things and I had time to do one, but I have thoughts for both because I really found this interesting. This idea that maybe you buy recommended products, but then they actually are potentially dangerous to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a cause of too much trust, maybe that I don't even check that is it harmful. I'm just trust the recommendations, and I
Mm-hmm.
think how to calibrate the trust there is that definitely the supermarket needs to recognize the potential harm caused. Doesn't matter whose fault or what. It's just that we recognize
Mm-hmm.
there might have been this issue, and then of course then point towards where you can fill in these allergies and the diet. So and then show products that actually update the list. So I know that I can see that everything's updating. So I kind of get that sort of confirmation that now they understand what to recommend me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, after I filter my allergies into the details. But the other thing I've been thinking that, again, like since this is at the moment at least a very new kind of shopping and things, that maybe there's a lot of assumptions in towards the experience that maybe because it's new it might take longer or
Right.
so how do we actually create trust even to the people who haven't even tried it before, and that was the
Mm-hmm.
kind of another topic that I thought of, thinking that of course it would be too little trust, and then how to tell about the shopping experience. Hopefully people will talk with people, but then of course might need videos or some other ways that people can see what the experience is about and
Mm-hmm.
not be too skeptical, think that
Mm-hmm.
assume things. Mm.
Right. Very important. Yeah. Here, I think perceptions play an important role, and what they think AI can do, what they have heard from others, so the influence of groups is important. So yeah, I think it's equally important to have a good understanding of the user mental model, so what they expect from the application, and again, have this kind of early prototype
Mm.
so that we can start seeing how users react to it. and always try to do something as familiar as possible to users so that they can easily have an onboarding and start using it. Yeah, I
Yes.
also like this part very much, this part of trust calibration. I mean, we can dedicate an entire workshop only on this because it's very deep and very extensive. Okay, good. So if this is clear, then I think we can move on to the next part so that we can wrap up this. Okay, so we are now in controls audit. So the idea is to develop new controls for users to maintain agency over the system. So again, here we are providing users with tools for them to feel that whatever data is shared in the application about them is actually under their control. That they can always adjust settings, for example. So here the instructions are to plot the product's critical moments according to risk and develop new controls for mitigating those risks. So again, there are patterns. What's the right balance of user control and automation? You can also access these patterns here. And the summary is that the idea is to automate when the risk is low. That means that the stakes of the consequences are low. And yeah, so in case of supermarkets, you were mentioning, Julia, if you have allergies, then this is a serious thing. So maybe something around allergies should be indicated early on in the application, maybe in the onboarding, what are your health things that can really be dangerous to you, so that whatever products that is recommended, takes that into account. Then let users supervise automation. So whenever there are things that are high stake, users should maintain control of it so that they can manually then correct things. Give control back to the user when automation fails. So there should always be an alternative, a human-based alternative in case automation fails, so that users can complete their journey and can complete their experience while using this application. And then automating phases, we have discussed that, and also let users give feedback. So always important to give, to understand how users are perceiving these features while interacting with the AI. So this feedback should be throughout the entire experience, that one should be collecting explicit feedback on how AI is helping them or not in their experience. So prediction labels, I didn't really create any in particular, but I just listed here again the critical moments. Over and over, we see this throughout this design approach. So you see always starting the onboarding, explaining during the onboarding, starting the shopping experience, recommendations, tracking products, purchase completion. So here they provide an example, predictions or decisions made by your system in this critical moment. See, the example is recommendation for today's running route. So this is a case of a run app. So the idea is that we again reflect a little bit on possible recommendations that this application could provide users in any of these moments in their journey. And for example, recommendations of healthy products, of cheap products, or products on sale, etc. So, and then does the user have any control over the system in this moment? So in this case, I say yes, can accept or reject. So we can be pretty flexible on this, what we think such a recommendation, if this is automatically generated or if users can actually modify this in the app. So feel free to select if yes or no. So how extreme is the consequence if something goes wrong in this moment? So they say consider your responses in the errors audit to guide your answers here. So in this case, in this example, recommendation for today's running route, they say that the consequence is medium. Route may be inappropriate for a user's fitness level. So you see, it's a kind of medium consequence. I honestly think this is kind of subjective, but in this case, it's not life-threatening. So I assume that's why they say it's medium. Yeah, but in any case, I would personally think this is rather low because, if you cannot run a route, you just don't run it, right? But anyway, that's the idea, that we start listing here possible recommendations from the application, And then we start reflecting on what could be potential consequences. So this has a lot of futures thinking into it. And then in the same line horizontally, is the existing control adequate to address concern of user harm? In this example, no. No ability to replace the recommendation or set preferences for new ones. So either you choose yes or no. The idea is that we describe here why we think that if that control is appropriate, adequate for potential harms to users. And if not, what type of control might be better suited? In this case, user can update preferences on the fly and get a new recommendation that's more appropriate. So if we just indicate that there is a setting function that can help users modify their recommendations, that would work. So yeah, it's essentially to start having that idea on potential impacts, detrimental effects to users, and then what are potential mitigation strategies for this. So I would say let's dedicate 10 minutes in total so that we can address both frames, and then we can discuss them. Okay, so let's go for it.
So we only focus on the critical moment 3 now.
Yeah, I would focus a lot on moment 3 because there are other recommendations and other things, but I think this is the most important ones, you know, when products are recommended.
Do I pick it up from above, from the notes? Any recommendation?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So any of those we listed before, feel free to select. how they have that. And then the next part is that you start reflecting on how you may create that control for users. So it's like essentially what they want us to do is to start thinking how we can provide relevant control in features that are critical for users.
Okay, yeah, because my idea is duplicating with the arrow, the idea created during the arrow. So that's why
Yeah,
I was wondering.
yeah. So do you think like you may need some, I don't know, 5 minutes or
Maybe 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes? Okay, perfect. Okay, good. So let's briefly discuss this. So essentially discuss how we found this task and what we got from here. How relevant do you think this is for designing an AI product?
So I will start. I took the one that recommendation for a new product that system think that it's a match for the user. Um, is the existing control adequate to addressing the concern of the user harm? Um, no, sorry. I should come back to the first. Does the user have any control over the system in this moment? That's an interesting question. I would say, in some level, yes. It's not a yes or no. In some the yes means that user. Uh, oh, actually, no. In this case, then, so yeah, it would be no. We are, yeah. So clearly for that we have after the break of 2 weeks, we already developed some prototype. There's some product
Yeah,
already exists. Yeah.
yeah.
So no, user don't know how the recommendation system really works. So they
Mm-hmm.
cannot know that. And then how extreme is the consequence if something goes wrong in this moment? I would say medium or high. The medium would be harm the user satisfaction because
Mm-hmm.
a judgment or impression is really hard to say once you form it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's definitely not low. I would say it's medium because this will be experienced by any type of potentially could be experienced by any type of experience include recommendation. So not just for SmartKet alone, but it's a common threat. And then high risk would be cause any unintended damages for recommended product. It could be, allergies I posted earlier, or it could be, let's say I'm a disabled, I'm a disability in certain thing, and then recommend me a drill that I find out I'm not able to use it at all.
Mm-hmm.
So that will create a very not happy experience and additional work for user to change product, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Then is the existing control adequate to address the concern of user harm? I would say no, because user can't adjust their preferences, nor can give feedback to the recommended result, and not sufficient data are currently gathered to identify a full recommendation criteria. Then the describe. So, if not, what type of control might be better suited? The first one would be allow user to update their user preferences. The second one would be collect information as we cannot cover all preferences just as a selection. So
Mm-hmm.
somehow system should be able to recognize the text input data to really create
Mm-hmm.
that personalized criteria for the user. The third one is collect feedback. As said earlier, it could be rating or something about accuracy. Mm,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, Julia, if you'd like to share maybe briefly some words in summary of your part.
Yes. Summary.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of two recommendations, but then I realized I was very slow and they were already taken by. So I invented a new thing and went to sort of shopping experience basics. I was thinking sort of to buy three. Why not buy three for two kind of thing? That's one. But then I decided to go for more the why don't buy this? This is cheaper. So more cost effective, similar product recommendation. And I think over there that there is I have some control because AI will learn from my preference and what I buy and so on. So that will of course then direct the product recommendations. However, then I can decide if I take it or don't take it, and then the system will learn from me again. So in that sense, I think it will be pretty easy. I think what's challenge is there that it's the user harm cost that it with the GDPR, like what are the details we can collect, because it definitely can cause some harm, but then many of those details that we would help us to collect, like Caroline was saying there, that maybe you can put your open text, but is that okay for us to ask for customers to do that? Like, so what are the things that we can know legally
We
to
need
be
to have
able to then make sure that we don't cause harm. And that's,
consent.
I
Yes.
think, a can cause sticky situations, I say.
Mm,
And then maybe there are ways that I could then this sort of buy three products for two and going out of the normal supermarket kind of way to get me buying things,
Mm-hmm.
is that maybe there are in an AI world we can more describe our situation of life and likes, such as maybe I like more quality experience, like more sort of luxury, but then maybe during the like first couple of weeks of my month, but then payday is maybe end of the month and I'm running out of money towards the end, so then I want my low cost recommendations just before the
Right.
payday because I can't
Mm-hmm.
afford anymore my luxury. So yeah, there are maybe new things that we can
Mm-hmm.
try to then give people more what they like.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Perfect. So you are more into the implicit feedback, so that the machine can learn from your patterns and how you regularly shop. Okay, cool. So I focused on recommendations for products matching users' diet and shopping patterns, something pretty similar. So it's all around recommendation. So I said that users don't have much control over this because it's a list of products provided. However, the consequences are medium to high. In terms of high, is in case of allergies or something that may be very particular of certain people, and medium if there are special diets, like for example vegetarian. So it's kind of optional. People don't really have life-threatening things, but they have a particular diet that they would like to respect. So that would be kind of a consequence of that if something goes wrong with that. So an existing control, I think, is not appropriate because users should be able to adjust it in case they want to change anything, if they want to, because there are vegetarians or people who eat vegetarian, let's say 1 or 2 days per week, and so it's not really that they're full vegetarians. So I think, and then in this case, a way to adjust this is by inserting a kind of filter a bit more than a settings thing, because settings I think is like the setup of the entire mobile app,
Mhm.
but rather like have a localized ways to
More
help
material.
adjust,
Right.
right,
Yeah.
to
Mm.
adjust the recommender system so that
Yeah.
it automatically at the moment then adjusts.
Mm.
Mm. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So yeah, that was this part. We are half or two-thirds way through. It really looks very good because the last section we have a review questions part, which is more of a reflection of what we have done.
Mm.
So we just have these two parts, and maybe we can do this within 1 hour or so. So would you like to have a break now?
Yeah, maybe a quick break.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So like what, 5 or 10
Yeah.
minutes? What do you
5
prefer?
is enough for me, but I'm happy to.
It's enough
Yeah.
of.
Okay, 5 minutes. Perfect. Let's do 5 minutes and then see you then.
See you soon.
Cool.
Bye bye.
See you.
Good. So then we can move forward with feedback audit. And here the idea is to create a plan for implicit and explicit user feedback to guide the system. So we can engineer the application from the very beginning to determine what feedback we prefer to make implicit and what feedback we want to do it explicitly from users. Then here we're going to list all of our products existing and potential feedback mechanisms, so as we have described it so far. And then we will create a plan for adding needed feedback where it doesn't yet exist. So again, we have some design patterns. Here is what's the right balance of user control and automation. And they provide, well, Google suggests to integrate a very interdisciplinary team to consult engineers, designers, product councils, and other stakeholders as needed to generate a truly comprehensive audit. So the more the interdisciplinary the team, the better for this kind of design. And the idea is to list out events and corresponding feedback opportunities that could provide data to improve the AI in the product. Cast a wide net and list as many as possible: App Store reviews, Twitter, email, call centers, push notifications, etc. So yeah, so here, you need a strategy on what feedback is relevant for different stakeholders. So from the business development point of view, from marketing, from designers' point of view, what features designers particularly would like to get feedback on, etc. So that's why it's important, particularly in the feedback section, to have a very interdisciplinary team. And then consider different sources of feedback. That is not just from the use of the mobile app itself, but rather, as it's listed here, different sources. So again, I listed here the critical moments. It's essentially the user journey for this case, and from the onboarding up to purchase completion. And here they provide again an example. the headline is the following. So, user-driven interaction with the system in this critical moment. So, user completes a recommendation recipe. So, the idea is now that we list key interactions of users while they are going through their journey and using this mobile app. An example here is user completes a recommended recipe. For our case, it would be a user shops a product that was recommended to them. Then, is there any user feedback gathered as part of this moment? Yes, explicit for this case. So if so, what is it? If not, what feedback could potentially be gathered? User prompted to rate relevance of completed recipe. So we haven't discussed that yet, how a recommendation list may be presented to users because we are more in the analytical part. But you can imagine this as something as on YouTube that you are provided with a list of playlists, and then you have thumbs up and down, and then you choose, if you like a song or not. So for this case, the idea would be to ask the user if that recommendation was relevant or not. I don't know honestly in this case why they wrote this because if a user, well, maybe for the case of a recipe, if they like it or not, that's actually very interesting because the recipe was recommended, but was the recipe tasty or was it useful for them? So I think that's probably what they want to ask here. Okay. Good. And then we move forward horizontally. What user groups are affected or benefit from this feedback? Only those who mark recipes as completed closer to power users. They call it power users. So those users that they are addressing with these recommendations. So yeah, I would say again, just use your imagination, be creative with that, because for this case, we are creating this mobile app. It's very general what we're doing. But yeah, let's say for this case, only users who are who follow the recommendations provided. And how will your model or system change as a result of it? Recommendations become better and more personalized. So, which is evident in this. Yeah, I don't know. I personally think that, for a case like this recommendation is not only for those who completed the recipe. I think it could be also for those who didn't do the recipe and they marked the recommendation irrelevant for them. But, well, of course, benefited. Sorry, I misinterpreted it. Those who benefited are those who marked the recipe, of course, as completed and as relevant for them. Okay, so, and then finally, we prioritize the feedback opportunity. So the idea is to copy and paste all the opportunities to add new feedback mechanisms that represent the greatest impact in improving the system. So here we then duplicate the feedback that we can gather and then we list how the model or the system may change as a result of it. So in general, normally, the recommendation system gets better in terms of feedback and recommendation, but we can see if there is any particular one for this use case that could be relevant. So yeah, that's essentially that, so that we go through the list of interactions that the user has with the mobile app as they go through their journey, from onboarding, starting the shopping experience, the recommendations, action products, and so. So we list here these interactions, the key interactions, I would say. I think we can select only one per person, and then we can say in which way we think feedback could be collected with this, implicit or explicit, and then reflect on that critically if we think that another kind of feedback could be relevant, then who benefits from that, and how the model could be improved. And then in the end, we will prioritize this feedback in the sense of what is the most relevant one. I think it's essentially the last slide to duplicate it and then just insert it in here. Okay, so if this is clear, I think we can spend, I would say, 10 minutes on this, and then I will extend if we need more time. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, good. So, do you need like 2 more minutes or so? No? Okay, perfect. Good. So, yeah, let's discuss this a little bit. How did you find it, and yeah, how did you integrate it in the exercise?
Yeah, I think it's very good to have this topic as a separate thread. Quite commonly, that in the real AI development cycle, that this feedback from engineer point of view, it's rather quantitative.
Mm-hmm.
The design wise, that it's often deprioritized the qualitative
Mm-hmm.
feedback gathering. So I think using this one, it's really holistically and also educational way to show different disciplines how we should carry out a feedback plan,
Mm-hmm.
make sure the result. I really like this approach. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Very good. What do you think, Julia?
I think there is a definite seed there on thinking of this Google's new way of designing and prototyping without any making any solutions or assumptions before. Just I don't know. I want to get, but then with the feedback, because I've been now listening to the about agile working, and the feedback loop is there one big part of it, that you should be getting constant feedback and respond to it. So
Right.
with this new way of prototyping, I think it could be designers really experiment very fast, but
Right.
maybe it could, what we do, it could come from the feedback, so we
Yeah.
actually can experiment. Even sometimes they say that you could do a prototype without code.
Yeah.
So like, of course, like Figma prototypes are without, but like some really simple things we can even mock up and try, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, anyway, there's definitely interesting seeds that can grow,
Right.
bring
Yes,
some
absolutely.
flourish, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if they take him forward. I'm also thinking this, the whole feedback and re- way of receiving the recommendations, that I'm definitely like very lazy at writing my what I liked about books, even giving the stars. I don't know, I'm not good responding to those, but are there other ways to we could gather feedback? I put facial expression there. It's probably not that bulletproof way that people always smile if they find a nice deal. I don't know, not necessary, but like maybe there are other ways that you can respond, or your reactions could be t-
Mm.
taken as a feedback.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Okay. Cool. I mean, if you're interested, I can play the video of TripTech. Um,
Oh
I think
yeah,
it's a yeah, it's like a 3 or 5 minutes long video. We can do it right after the workshop so
Mhm.
that you can have a
thank
better
you.
idea of what it is about. Because it's not that they don't have assumptions, they do, but they just rely on smaller research episodes that they can have several times throughout the design process. So they start in with a concept that they present to users, but with that, then they present their assumptions of what they think the user will want to have. But I think the video can present it much better to what than what I can explain. But I think it's very very interesting, and actually it's based on actual research that they presented in various papers and conferences. Yeah, so you can
Yeah,
have a
I
look
would
at
love
that.
to see it. Repetition
Hmm.
is king. You explain in one way, and then we see the video. It'll
Right.
just all sinking
Exactly.
better.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I think we get this part, this is to understand what feedback could be relevant and then in which steps and which interactions it makes sense. So, and again, the idea of interdisciplinary teams is very important. So, I think with that in mind, we can then move on to the next and I think the last part of the exercise, the guideline. The very, very last part is the review, the reflection. So is the last but not least is the data management part. So very tricky because everybody's talking about it, right? When you talk about bias, it's a very important thing. So this is how Google integrates this bias thinking into data management or data set management, and they call it data headlines for us to start visualizing how it may look like in a product if something goes wrong, if you use the wrong data or if you use the wrong habits for managing your data. So the goal here, they say, is to develop a set of opportunities and concerns for your data collection, labeling, and maintenance practices. So the instructions is to write the data headlines to spot problematic issues before they happen. So it's a pre-mortem assessment, and use these headlines to identify any data concerns. Follow up with your engineering partners after the workshop. So as you can see, designers now take a more active role into data management practices. So it goes beyond interacting with users and creating potential solutions, digital solutions, but rather, they take more part into what type of data properties are relevant, how that labeling can happen, and what kind of practices are relevant even from a design point of view. So in that respect, then it is important for designers to brush up a little bit on data set management and what properties they have. So again, there is a pattern for that. How do I responsibly build my data set? So there are several guidelines out there from big tech corporations for checklists on responsible data set management. So I think Google here tried to kind of summarize all of these to focus on key questions. So for example, how do I get access to the data? Do you have permission? And I would say to relevant data, so it's not all data. And then what anonymization and or aggregation techniques does your product use? Very important, specifically for the EU. What is the downstream real-world effect of this model's performance? So there are some tools that are out there that help test how biased a model could be or understand for what groups a dataset can really provide or can represent the best in the model. So that goes beyond an ideation session, but it's just good to know, that it is important to understand this. What data is missing that could adversely impact certain user groups? So then now we are talking about inclusivity and representativeness of different groups in the data set, right? So who are the humans involved collecting and or labeling your data? Because, through this labeling and how they are being labeled reflects already a bias in itself. So that's why it's important to have this systematically and well documented who is evaluating the data and who is labeling it. How are you compensating them for this critical work? Also very important, right? Because if you don't compensate them properly, then the quality of the work is not that high. So also good to have that information, especially for those who are managing this. What risks are present for using data not originally intended for your use case? So there is where you go into, what is the risk benefit of using certain data? It has a cost to collect high quality data. And actually, I saw recently a report I think from Stanford, that was indicating that there is more investment in AI lately, but it is more biased because data are not of best quality. So there is a big opportunity to improve the data collection, data practices, and even partnerships among organizations to avoid using data that was not necessarily initially made for your use case, but that you are kind of extrapolating for new cases. So there are risks involved in this, so organizations need to be kind of transparent into understanding this. And then, does your data reflect the real world? For example, image-based systems does include off-center blurry images. So yeah, sometimes people have only accessible to kind of studio-made or computer-made generated data, but that does not necessarily represent the real world because people are not always taking high quality images. So the data that you have needs to reflect the world so that it can properly make the right predictions. Okay, so the activity is like this. First, we're gonna do a kind of futures thinking here. It's a four-side activity. So we will do two sides. The first one is to think about disasters that could happen. What it's called headlines. So we need to imagine that we are reading a newspaper, online or in printed version, and then suddenly we see a headline about our SmartKet mobile app. And then there is a series of things that hint to disasters in respect to data management or by using our data. We will start with the disasters part, and then we will go into we will flip this to make it kind of opportunities or good stories around this data management, these headlines. And after that, then we will list concerns and opportunities. So let's start with the disasters. Here they provide an example of each one of the cases. So they go into data privacy, data exclusion, data ethics, borrowed data, and then data fragility. So in the case of data privacy, they provide example that users of Run app are horrified to learn it uses gender data to recommend shorter routes for women. So that's an example of how bad this may look like if people start to learn this, that this is wrong. Then data exclusion, uproar over Run app's lack of rural street data that excludes users outside of major cities. Yeah, if it is intentionally done, and even if it is not, um, if people learn this could create annoyance in the market. Data ethics. Calls to boycott Run app over pressuring route labelers to test routes at night despite safety concerns. Yeah, if companies are under pressure and then they do whatever, okay, wherever in the world they're located, we pay, for example, little money, and then they do this. If people learn about that, that can also affect their customers. Borrowed data. Run app cancelled over faulty trail data used from Parks Department without including wildlife encounter risk. Other important thing, which is also has to do with ethics. And data fragility. Run app down as team struggles to fix route recommendations impacted by recent flooding in New Orleans. So again, it's not that we need to cover all of these things, but it's just good, that to know that in a thorough analysis, we need to consider these kind of things, the scope of these things, from the data privacy things to the fragility of what is the flexibility of the team to adjust their data sets or even constantly update their data sets based on how things are changing in real life. So now what we're going to do is a kind of exercise on how our SmartKet could create disaster headlines, data disaster headlines. So I would say we focus on the first three aspects: data privacy, data exclusion, and data ethics. And we ideate how bad things can go for this scenario. So you can take this example as a reference to create this one, and then we read it and discuss it together. So let's dedicate, I think we can do this rather quickly, let's say 5 minutes, and then if we need some more time, then we can extend it. Yeah? Okay, so do you have any question before we start?
I think it's just a comment.
Mm-hmm.
If we go with headline, then we are only looking at specific use cases.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really cover all the edge cases. So it's just
No.
one of many. Or,
Right, exactly. So, for a real case, I think we would take each one of these sections and then evaluate the entire product concept to understand how data privacy, for example, may cause a disaster headline from the different features it has, from the different ways data is being used. So right now we have only like one sentence. We do it, 5, 10 minutes. But the idea is that you thoroughly evaluate how data privacy is could cause a problem in respect to an application like this. Yeah.
so you will, how do you anchor that? By walk through the user journey, or how do you do it?
So yeah, essentially the user journey and then the different moments of interaction in which data is being. So essentially throughout the entire user journey, the entire application itself, because users are providing data implicitly or explicitly. So if we're asking them for this data, we already are managing data, and every time they are touching something on the app, we're collecting data. So it's essentially the entire use of the application and the data that we are managing. But for now, for this case, I would say let's focus on the most relevant points, like things that come the fastest, the easiest to us to mind, and just to have a reference of how such an exercise works.
Sure.
But it's just good to to have this understanding that we need to consider these different data management things.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so I think I will we may need 10 minutes so that we think better this through. Okay, so let's try. So you can place your I don't know, your name or whatever here exactly so that we can select it directly. So, is it okay or do you need more time?
Ah, it's not easy.
Okay.
We should do both, right?
No, for now, just the disaster, and then we
Okay.
go for this.
Oh, something is really, really noisy. I think it's from your side, Julia, maybe.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
interesting because the house is completely quiet. But yeah, I wonder what's in there.
I think it's your mic. When you speak, there is your voice also has the electric voice coming in.
Mm,
So it's maybe
okay,
the microphone.
I'll try different. I'll try different head.
Ah, could be that might help. We can. I think maybe we can continue, and I can
Yeah.
explain what was.
Okay. Good. Because it's also, just to have a taste of how it is. So, how did you find this? Just quickly. How did you feel about using this tool?
Like I said already, I think it's a singular use case, and also, mm, for example, data ethics.
Mm-hmm.
The given example, users of a run app horrified to learn it uses gender data to recommend shorter routes for women. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that is a case for data ethics rather than data privacy. then
Oh.
the concept
Mm-hmm.
it could be yeah, I don't know, exclusion as well, the in-exclusiveness, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could be both, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see there are clear cutting between these five topics.
Maybe it's because, yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. But maybe it's because maybe women did not um, allow or approved using their data for this. So it's the fact of using, that the app uses their data to recommend them routes. Now, shorter routes, I mean, I don't know really what the problem would be, but I really agree with you. I mean, like, we might be, how to say, less privileged if we are getting shorter routes because we're women. I think
Mm.
in that respect is an ethical thing, but maybe they address this here into privacy because it's in the sense of using their data probably.
Then
It
it
starts
should
with
be,
using.
yeah, if that explained, then it should be like without consensus or something like that.
Right. Yes.
Mm.
I agree with you. It's not complete, but it's just like for us to have an idea of how it looks like.
Yeah, I could, when I'm doing this, I could already see our data scientists,
Mhm.
their criticism for this approach. That's why it's a bit difficult for me to, at least for this part, to buy in. Mm.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, and ultimately it also depends on on which part of the world you are. Like in the United States, certain things are pretty straightforward. Like companies are not really obliged to follow many things, let's
Mm.
say in terms of data ethics and privacy. But here in the EU, this is a serious thing. So yeah, and theoretically they should apply these data protection things for all the markets where they operate, but I'm not really sure. Like if companies that are located in the EU are selling somewhere else in the market, they should also kind of respect users in other markets as well. But I'm not really sure about that. It's just to highlight that in the EU the data management thing is a very critical thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have one last part here, which is the flip the script. So let me just quickly share this. So we can do this quickly. We now had a taste of how writing into futures thinking sounds like. The idea now is that we write headlines that are in positive terms, that actually praise organizations for their good data management. So in terms of data privacy breach, Run app champions essential data by not using demographic data for route recommendations. So that's an example. The other is data exclusion. Praise for Run app's inclusion of all map the street data that benefits users in rural areas. So exactly, it's just the opposite. To write the same thing just in positive terms. Data ethics. Run app prioritizes route labeler safety by making nighttime route verification optional. Borrowed data. Run app responsibly used trail data from parks departments by including notification for wildlife sightings. And data fragility. Run app outperforms competitors thanks to updated route data in response to local road closures. So it is just, I think, to keep in mind. I think if we have a checklist of good data management, we can go systematically through them. And the idea is essentially that we take these things into account to enable the communication between designers and developers in terms of, when we are designing the application, we then take into account what data we need. There are additional worksheets as part of this guideline. And so once we determine what data we need and what property it has, then we need to kind of review this data set so that we make sure that is ethical, that it complies to data privacy, etc. So Yeah, so let's do the same thing. Let's duplicate these statements we wrote and then just phrase it in positive terms, just to keep in mind this aspect. And I would also add this exercise now, just to add some basic, some keywords on concerns and opportunities so that we identify what could be potential concerns in this market in regards to data privacy, in regards to data exclusion, ethics, etc. So both concerns and opportunities. So I would write one sticky note for concern and one other sticky note for opportunities. So let's do this in 10 minutes, both things, and then we can wrap up.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I was stuck in the previous step for this borrowed data. I couldn't come up with any scenarios that match with the sentence statement.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few ideas in my mind, but I don't know how to put it in a sentence based on this template. For example, that uh, the SmartKet maybe run in Switzerland and also run in Finland. They borrow the existing customer behavior data from Switzerland, which they have been opened 2 years earlier,
Right.
and trying to add on the knowledge for the customer behavior. But they have to cancel it. But then there is also, of course, a cultural biases,
Right.
for that.
Yeah.
But how could I put this in this sentence in borrowed data?
Okay.
Cancelled what? So they have to cancel some data, right? Then what they will cancel?
But why do you want to insert cancel?
Well, there is the product cancelled over faulty.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, the idea is that, well, they provide here a new template. So in this new template, it's about responsibly used data from source by action taken. So you can skip the cancel part, just have it in the back of your head and just think about the product and then think about the data source or the data and then the source. In this case, it would be SmartKet responsibly used consumer shopping data, for example, from their filial, their shops in Finland by thoroughly reviewing or thoroughly removing potential sources of bias, for example. We don't know exactly what that means. It's a bit packed, this statement, but the concept is that in real life, software engineers need to go through the data set and look at the data distribution and see, what groups are represented there, and then see if these groups match the users in that other shop. So, that would be like data comparison, data management, I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, it makes sense for the opportunity. I'm
Yeah,
thinking on
right.
the disaster one. It was really difficult to wrap around to know what would need to be cancelled to build it.
I understand. But yeah, I think it's very useful to have these templates. It's like building a user story, but in this case for data management. Yeah. Okay.
I just
Cool.
wanted to comment one thing that I realized that making this headline made me realize somebody company that Caroline knows well as well, that there is already like collaboration here, that the supermarket and oil company making diesel, they collaborate for the hand fat, to collect all the hand fat to make some diesel, and
We cannot hear you now, somehow. Here it appears that your microphone is on, but somehow we cannot hear you. Seems to be unstable, the connection. Maybe it comes back later. Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, I know it's late. We have been working on this for so long, but really, you should feel very proud once again for all your work and the hours dedicated to this. I also think that nevertheless, it has been very rewarding to go through this too. I think it gives us more property to talk about designing for AI in real life for an actual product that has a potential market, that actually has a market, because Amazon already has launched these Amazon Go supermarkets. So yeah, it has been really, really a pleasure to work with you on this. Before we do the official wrap up, let's do this final part. I don't know why this continues. It's still not stopped. just stop this. Okay. Okay, so now, we have gone through several exercises considering different elements, feedback, onboarding, trust calibration, etc. So the idea is to compile all of this so that we can use this material into an ideation phase. So it would be nice that we now go through these solutions that we created and place them here. So we need to, they suggest to go through the solutions we developed across all the activities. So, and then select those that we think are the most impactful that you'll want to develop further. So we generated several ideas on how we would like to present certain information for users on the interface. So let's go quickly through this. Normally it's the last slides or so where we generated solutions on how to present certain information. So let's look for them and duplicate them and paste them here on this slide, on this frame. And then with these solutions, we will then quickly go through a list of questions to understand how relevant they are for an organization in terms of ability, reliability, benevolence, product reviews. So yeah, let's do this quickly, kind of 5 minutes, just to go through the entire board and collect the solutions here. 5 minutes. So you don't have to write anything down, just duplicate, copy, paste, and then we work on it. Maybe to make it easier, we can review the solutions we created so that we don't double work, we don't double copy paste. So we can look at the frames where we work.
Johanny, do you know how long it will still take for this workshop to continue?
Let me see. So, mm, well, um, I think the following parts may take 20 more minutes, but if you are all in a rush, I think we can do the final part, the share and wrap up, and then that would be 5 more minutes, 5 to 10 more minutes. What do you think?
Sounds good.
Okay, so do you want the short version or should we like follow this through?
Maybe we just choose one solution, each of us, and follow through the rest of the steps.
Okay, okay, good.
Or what do you
So,
think, Yuri?
mhm,
Yes.
okay, good. So then in that case, I think we can, I mean, we have gone already through the different solutions. We can also review that later on. Um, if you would like to follow up on this, feel free to review the different following questions. It's more like organizational, like how much your organization is ready for this. So what I would like to do now is the part of wrap up. So just briefly, we can write here what questions we still may have and what next steps you would like to do after you have seen this guideline. If you still have some question or something that remained that bugs you, that you think, oh, that's not considered, or that could have been done, that could be done differently. So just kind of like let's collect these ideas and then we can wrap up. So let's dedicate some 5 minutes on this and then we are done.
Okay. Will you still walk us through the rest of the topic? Mm, ability, reliability, benevolence, product.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That may take some 20 more minutes. So,
Can you walk us through, like, take one?
okay. Yeah, what's it about?
Yeah,
Okay.
just one idea, for example, then we can walk
Mm-hmm.
through.
Yeah, sure. So, well, the idea is that after we have collected these solutions, we start reflecting. Um, in this case, why is the organization in which we're working for making this product? Why is this product better than what already exists in the market? So that would require some brainstorming, but also some competitive analysis to understand in depth why this product is valuable. And why does this show consideration of what people need and want in their life? So how useful is this? So the idea is that once we have ideated all of these things, we start reflecting how much these add value to people, so that it goes beyond an ideation session to actually something that helps people, helps users. And then in terms of reliability,
So, sorry. Can we make an A1 example sticky or?
So
yeah.
maybe we
So
choose one of these.
yeah. So if you're interested, then we can do it kind of quickly. I
Yeah,
don't know if you have
Yes,
time.
that'd be
Yeah?
awesome.
Okay, so let's do that.
I meant
Good.
that we choose one
Ah,
solution and walk through this.
okay, I understand. Good. So then what solution should we choose?
Maybe we just go with this, the one that I already posted here.
Okay,
Design a more
design.
engaging data, consensus, and terms of services.
Okay, so what does that mean specifically?
So now when you agree on terms of services or consensus, it's just a blah of a text. So
Okay,
how might we engage that UI to be more engaging for the user so they can really understand how
okay.
what data will be collected and how their data will be used?
Okay, I understand. Good. So, yeah, the idea here is, as again, so why is the organization, why would the company be interested in doing this, in applying this solution? And how is this better than what we have already in the market? As we know, yeah, this data consensus is shown to users.
Mm,
And how does this add value to people in terms of what they want? So, how does this match users' needs?
mm.
Yeah. Okay, so this is let's spend some 5 minutes on this. Is this okay?
I need to go in 15 minutes
Ah,
latest.
okay, so I didn't really understand what we were
No,
supposed
no.
to do now.
I'm happy with also just have a example like we have now, so it already like gives me a better idea. But
Okay.
thank you for also offering us the real shorts, but that was good.
Okay. Okay,
Mm.
so good. I'm not sure if I really understood what we're doing, but
Maybe if I may elaborate, so
yes,
we
please.
find a common sense here. So it already, when you use this example and
Yeah.
then articulate the questions, then it's already made sense. Maybe you
Mhm.
just use the same, if you could just use the same
Ah, okay.
example
Just to
solution.
explain it. Ah,
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
and walk us through. And of
Okay.
course, I think we can also ask questions if there's
Yes.
something came
Yes, of
from.
course. Now I understand. Okay. Then reliability. So the idea is that if we implement this solution, how can we meet the quality standards um, for what you try to produce? So can you meet the quality bar you set for yourself in every use case all of the time? So do organizations, is your organization ready to create an engaging data consensus or terms of services in all of the products? And if not, what do you need to do to set expectations for users in those cases? So
Mhm.
if you cannot generate something engaging for users, what would be the alternative? So so you start just brainstorming on how serious organizations are in terms of who implement this. Yeah. But again, I think that solution may need to be unpacked to understand what is engaging, what it means in terms of a solution itself. And then benevolence. What's in it for your company for this product to exist? Are you comfortable stating that your purpose clearly and directly to your users? If not, why? So yeah, so since organizations will dedicate resources into creating such engaging data management, um, they need to understand what is the return on investment on this. This is in terms of business, but also in terms of customers. So what does that mean in terms of customer loyalty and retaining them? So it is just essentially what do they gain from implementing this? And then product reviews. What do you want to be true about how your product is trusted? Write a version of both good and bad review you could imagine showing up in the tech after these features are launched. So yeah, so it's kind of putting yourself in the shoes of your users. And once they have experienced that feature, that solution, how do you think your users will react to it? So what could be good and bad reviews? So as you can see, there is a lot of foresight in here, a lot of futures thinking, but you need the criteria to be able to, draft relevant information on this so that you know who your users are, what kind of information they're looking for, what patterns, shopping patterns, and so they have. So that's that. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's just more I think there is a managerial level here, so that design integrates not only technology and customers' information, but also kind of, um, I would say, governance point of view and organizational readiness to implement this kind of thing.
Mm.
So I don't know. I would really appreciate. I don't know if you have 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, just to know if you have any other questions on this. I don't know. Do you have that time, or is how are you in terms of time? Yeah. Okay. So let's dedicate, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes to write in this last part, share and wrap up. Top questions and next steps. What would you do next, and what questions you may have still in regards to this? What do you think may have been missing here? So let's dedicate some 3 minutes on that. Okay, perfect. This was the last timer for this workshop. So
Thank you.
so once again, thank you so much for your time and your interest and for sharing your thoughts in this. As always, feel free to copy the board. It's part of our shared work. Thanks a lot. I don't know, feel free to share anything that you may want to share to wrap up, how you felt about this, how you may plan to use this tool. Yeah, what is next for you?
Yeah, so my question also linked to the practical level. Mm, so see, we have AI project, but really embedding the design power into AI development side. I think it's not just new for our company. It's actually, I think, the whole design field, right? We're
Mm-hmm,
trying to understand that part. We
mm-hmm.
have acquired an AI design sprint, and now with this method, I see this method is more grounding way of identify those edge cases.
I see.
Yeah, especially for the existing client who have already an AI system, and they may not necessarily cover all these aspects. This is a great map, help them to understand holistically what are the edge cases, what are the concerns and risks, how to turn them into opportunity, and then the solution, and final action into the roadmap. This is so far the most comprehensive, promising method I've seen.
Oh, cool. Very
Yeah,
nice.
thank you for showing this. I really, really appreciate it. Um, in terms of practice, I just wonder, I do have some questions. Imagining if we really run this with our client.
Mm-hmm.
For example, how big the team should be, how long the time will really take, because
Mm-hmm.
many of the thing we pretty much just did a solo ideation and next.
Right.
Yeah, then like today's session, it doesn't mean in real setting we need a day and a half to
Yeah.
really cover. So I don't know that I think do you have an answer for that?
Well, I have some answers, but I think the more you ask around to different designers, the more complete picture you can have.
Mm,
So, from my point of view, the more diverse your team is, the better. So I wouldn't go much into quantity, but rather into quality. So how diverse the team is in terms of business units, so that all your business interests are reflected in your ideation sessions. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, I'm not sure if I got the other question. If you
The
can.
other question is how long in practice this workshop will last to really thoroughly cover all the topics?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point because actually this workshop is a very compact way of the entire guideline. There are worksheets that come together with each one of these topics that we addressed, and there are chapters that describe in more detail all of these things. So, if you want to do this thoroughly, I think it may take longer, and I wouldn't do it in a 2-day workshop. I follow the recommendation of Google just to see, how it is to do a 2-day workshop. I think if you're an organization and everybody's committed, it's good to do it. Then you have all this data quickly and easily. At least you can get an idea of a direction. But if you have some more time, I think it would be more interesting. But I don't think it's always the case. I don't think time is very limited. So yeah, you may take advantage of doing it short, 2 days or 1-day workshop done. And then if you have a smaller group, then you work with the worksheets. You can also download the worksheets from the website. They are very valuable. They go into a lot of detail into what to take into account for each one of these cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for the video of TripTech, I'm sure if you search for it on the internet, I don't know, do you have the time? Or
I can stay
I
for
do.
longer.
yeah? Okay, so let me see if I,
Thank you.
of course, let me quickly search for it.
You sold it very nicely. New way of designing. I'm like, definitely made me very excited to see the video. I'm not sure how my voice is now, by the way.
Okay, I see. It's some minutes, but I will try to. I think we can watch the first 5 minutes and then you get an idea, or at least 3 minutes, and then we kind of stop it. I just don't remember exactly where I downloaded it from. I think it was from a journal. So if you search on the internet for the method, I'm sure you will find it. Just don't didn't save the link where I found it, but it was a he or CHI conference. So maybe you can Google it. Let me see. Just 1 second. Somehow I don't know why this is not okay. Ah, so I will share the screen. Okay, so let's see if this works.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Julianne Segay. I'm a user experience researcher at Google, and the work that I'm presenting today is that of myself and my co-authors. Alex Scharf is also a user experience researcher, and Kyle Peterson, who's here today, is an interaction designer. All of us were working at Google Research when this work first came together. So what I'm presenting today is a user experience evaluation method that we developed to assess early design concepts. And I'm going to walk you through this method with an example of how we used it to guide the product development process for Now Playing, which is an on-device music recognition system for the Pixel 2. So I'm going to start with a little overview video, and then I'll go on and break it down for you.
At innovative companies, projects often spring from technical breakthroughs rather than validated human needs. It can be easy to think of applications for new technology, but difficult to evaluate the desirability of these applications. This was an early obstacle when designing Now Playing, an on-device music recognition system for the Pixel 2. In response to this challenge, we developed the TripTech method to quickly explore many product ideas before committing resources to building full prototypes. We start by working with product partners to formulate the underlying needs addressed by their ideas. Next, we evaluate these needs and the appropriateness of the proposed solutions. The TripTech method has two parts: surveys and focus groups. First, we use online surveys to assess the frequency and importance of user needs. Respondents are shown a problem or need and asked to rate how often they experience that issue and how important it is to resolve. Next, we create storyboards illustrating each concept and evaluate them in group interviews with prospective users. The storyboards have three frames: one that shows the problem statement, one that illustrates the proposed solution, and one that shows the resolution and value to the user. From this, we gather data about desirability, appropriateness, expectations, and concerns, giving a foundation for subsequent product design. For now playing, the findings were used to identify mismatches between user needs and conceptual ideas, set user experience targets, and help plan design and research activities for the project. When the team was considering several design avenues, TripTech was used to deprioritize solutions that didn't solve the needs of the target audience, saving the team from making costly investments. The TripTech method has been used to evaluate user needs and design concepts in over a dozen projects across 3 countries, with more than 35,000 respondents having taken part in TripTech surveys to date.
All right. So I think this gives you a very good idea of what it's about. And also, thanks a lot, Caroline, for sharing the link. That was exactly the conference from the
Classical.
yeah, the Human Computer Interaction International Conference. Yeah, so there you can, if you have access to download the article, it's also very valuable. And yeah, that's all of it. So once again, thanks a lot for your time and your interest. I hope we can remain in contact. Yeah, so I don't know if you still have some more questions or any comment.
Yes. Finally, you said so many times thank you for us, and I want to say so much thank you for spend your time, give us the knowledge, and to introducing, advocating this approach, especially on this topic. I think it's quite challenging topics. We are in the time of finding out the way to approach for it, and I'm so
Right.
happy to meet you and to do this under your guidance. I would like to know that as a designer, how might I could contribute, So if you need any help in terms of facilitating this or broadcasting it, let me know. I especially will have a bit more time in July and June. So if you need any help, I'm here. I'm happy to contribute.
Wow, this is great. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. And it's really a pleasure. Really a pleasure. It's great to have this opportunity in the Miro community to find like-minded people like you interested in designing AI products. So it was really a pleasure. And I feel so thrilled that you had the opportunity to join to both workshops and that we could go through it together. It was really a great opportunity. So yeah, thanks a
definitely.
lot.
And I think this is one of the best workshop I have joined. This kind of free workshop I've joined for quite a while.
Oh, that's
Mm.
great.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
and I was thinking that to promote in our company we have let's say around 70, 80 designers in Helsinki, then around Finland, I guess more than 100, almost 200 designers.
Wow.
So we had a bunch of people join the AI design sprint, for example. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that we could also advocate this approach within Sealy.
Mm-hmm.
And then if time is fitting, maybe we also invite you to give us a speech if you
Sure.
want. Yeah. So
Yeah, that would be interesting.
yeah, just to keep the connection and also promoting you as a design character. Let's keep in contact on that thread.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for considering me for this. And yeah, it would be really a pleasure to remain in
Yeah,
contact.
I really enjoyed the way you're facilitated, and my apology. I really need to go because I'm.
Don't worry, no worries. I understand. And we also actually passed a little bit the mark. But yeah, it was really nice interacting with you. Also, Julia, thanks a lot for your time and for joining us.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you hear my voice, maybe.
Yes.
Yay, working. Yes, because I definitely agree with everything that Caroline is saying. Thank you so much. And I want to add on the top that I'm also studying at Hyper Island. We have few Swiss students actually in my class, but I was thinking I'll mention about the course and see if
Mm-hmm.
they'd like to, because they always say that, you know, if you have any wishes for people presenting, maybe other people would want to
Yeah,
know about the
sure.
methods too. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you know if, yeah.
Perfect.
But thank you.
Perfect.
Enjoy your, and you have beautiful voice for presenting, by the way. It's
Oh,
Really?
really?
amazing, easy to
Oh,
listen to
thank you.
accent and yeah. So it's
Oh, cool. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay,
nice to listen
that's
to.
nice.
I agree. I think you are such a good facilitator, very smooth carry out. This is not an
Mm,
easy topic, but the
Mm-hmm.
way you facilitate it, and I also felt I'm more, in a way, biased. I'm more convinced to
Okay, okay,
follow
interesting.
through. So I really
Very
enjoyed
nice.
the flow. Both of
Okay,
the workshop, I
cool,
really liked
cool.
it.
Very nice. Good to know. And I will continue to develop the skills of facilitation. I really like it
Mm,
because every time you learn something new from others and you also expand your network, it's really, really great opportunity.
yeah, and we are also actually looking for designers for AI and data.
Ah,
If
okay.
you happen to interested, or if you know anyone who are interested,
Sure,
so
sure.
feel
Yeah,
free
I will
to.
let you know.
Mm,
I don't want to give false promises because I actually just got a new opportunity here in Zurich. But I would really like to remain
nice.
in contact because, this is a growing sector, and it would be really great if we could exchange information and events, or create something together. That would be really nice.
yeah.
Mm,
Okay, cool.
tempting.
So, yes, so enjoy the rest of the weekend, your Saturday. Have a great rest of the
Same to you.
evening, and
You
stay in
too.
touch. Okay, thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Bye bye.